We're live?
We are live. People can hear you.
Oh, hello, everybody.
So don't say anything too problematic right off the bat.
I'll
Save the
try.
salty takes for later.
I'll keep the salty takes away. Also, I get a cat on my lap, so I'm kind of distracted.
Which means we might get unexpected meows.
Probably. Right now, she's licking my hand, so
Well, better than biting the headphone cable.
yeah, definitely better. Although, have you ever been licked by a cat?
Many, many times, yes.
Yeah, so their tongues aren't something that you.
Like getting licked with sandpaper.
Exactly. So she has this little condition of being taken away too early from her mother, and she's licking stuff all of like everything that she likes, she licks. So she basically wakes me up by licking me with the sandpaper, right? It
Have you
sounds so cute, but in the long run, it's like so annoying.
have you seen the cat that I babysit from time to time? Is this
I
older
might
gray
have seen
cat?
it.
He's 21 years old, right? But
Wow,
and he's
that's.
he's almost
Mhm.
completely blind. He's got only one of his back legs work. Like it works, but like he can't bend the joint because his arthritis is so bad. He can't jump at all, so he needs to be like picked up and put onto chairs and stuff. But when he was taken away from his mother at like just a couple of weeks, right? Not even.
Mhm.
And he has this thing where he won't lick everything, but like if he sees open skin, he'll just go up and suck on you. And he still does this to this day. Like you'll just be like lying in bed, and this cat will just be like trying to nurse on your neck, and he's like this senior citizen. It's like, man, come on, man. Like stop it. But he still does
Yeah,
it.
so yeah, that's one of those behaviors that gets that happens when you take a kitten too early. Another one is also obviously, but many cats still have it, is kneading. So basically, when he walks on you, he starts, how do you call it? To push his both front paws on you, trying to
Yeah.
get the milk to come out.
Yeah, it kind of looks like they're trying to make a bed, but
Exactly.
yeah,
That's
he
so
still
cute.
does that too.
That one is
Cats are weird.
cute. The licking is not. I mean, it's cute, but especially if she licks in one place all the time, it gets like really red. Okay, never mind the cats.
Well, it's necessary small talk to start a chat like this, right? It's like the extended mic check.
So, what do you think about the new update so far?
I think that the puzzles and the effects are interesting. I really, really, really like the way the caves look. I think that's probably my favorite change so far. I think just the varied visuals and like not and like the maps from Europa that used to just be, yo, it's just like a black space void and then just like little walkways. I'm glad that those now have like things to look at. So I think that's probably my favorite visual change. As far as the new objectives in the zones go, I'll be honest, I'm a wee bit disappointed that it's like a lot of them are just kind of, do I pull the switch or not? I kind of wish that they were maybe a bit more cryptic, kind of like the MDF drones that you have to hack and that sort of stuff. Like I really like the
You're going to like Asterius.
I like the difficult things to find. But yeah, I haven't been to
Yes.
Asterius yet, so
Yeah, so you definitely need to go Asterius then. But just as a spoiler, either be a hacker or bring some multi-tools.
noted. Okay. Currently I'm upgrading a medtech armor that I just picked up, so. But yeah, so I think that would be kind of like my only real comment on like negatives. But aside from that, like I like all of the visual additions. Do you have any things that you're particularly proud of from this update?
Actually, the same that you mentioned. I really am happy that the black spaces and the Europa grids were upgraded, and it took considerable effort to make them look that way, and I'm really happy with the result.
Yeah, there's a lot of new assets and a lot of new rocks. I saw this tweet recently that was just like, you see this rock, and it was just like a 3D rock, right? Just kind of like slowly spinning. It's like, this took 2 days. I've been working on this rock for 2 days, and that's kind of how I
Well, to
felt
be
when I was
perfectly
going through a
honest
lot of
with
those
you,
zones.
the caves do not have a single new asset. All of them were actually already prepared by Schliesky, but I never had the time to implement them properly. So this one's on me.
Okay, fair enough. But
There's,
still,
I think I could do like releases for till the rest of the year and maybe half of the next one, still implementing shit that Schliesky already prepared, but I haven't yet had the time to implement visually. So there's a lot of assets that are still unused, and I'm really feeling bad about that.
so I need
But it's
to...
coming. It's slowly coming. Wow,
Oh.
that's a lot of permanence.
Me? Yeah, I think I've got like everything.
Except cold, but you won't need. By the way, this will change. Right now, many people notice that the fact that you can get cold resistance on Europa is kind of feels useless, because after Europa, basically cold resistance is more or less useless.
Mm-hmm.
But this will actually change. Especially some Dante enemies will be, but this will be in the not next one, but the update afterwards. So cold resistance will become a little bit more important.
Sure. I do think it's kind of funny that you can completely negate the effects of all poison by like, or all of the dangers of like 2 whole branches by just taking Toxicologist, which is still just proving to be the most busted trait in the game.
Well, yeah, Toxicologist was always a little bit problematic, especially with Wizard and Toxicologist on the cooldown.
But I'm not going to say that I mind having things that are busted. Having stuff that's busted can be a lot of fun.
Well, yeah, balancing is really problematic.
Also, Troopin' Panda points out that you just became 120% more liked by everyone just because cats. You should see their Discord, Troopin'. There's a room literally just called Cat Forge.
Also, my Twitter profile picture has both of my cats on it, so...
Admittedly, I didn't notice the second cat for a while, but...
Shows priorities, right?
Right.
Yeah, I'm definitely a cat person.
Also, just kind of another small note is that, like, a lot of the, like things that spawn in dudes now, I've had them spawn, like, directly in front of me in multiple occasions.
Yes, I noticed that.
Like, in the same room, and that's weird.
Yeah, we need to add the safe spawn distance there.
That, or just, like, make a summoning circle appear or something.
But I still don't consider this a game-breaking bug, so...
It's not a game-breaking bug, no.
I'm really trying not to make a patch tomorrow or the next day.
Yeah, take your time.
So unless it's a critical crash bug that is often reproducible, I'm not going to touch the code for the next week.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. Take your break, like.
Especially that it's. Whoa, moonwalking bots.
They were walking backwards for a minute there, but. I mean, we're on a moon, so that's totally fine. Technically, I'm also moonwalking, just as this player character, because I'm on a moon.
I can get into why I'm not a good dog person, bastard, but that might be a hot take, and people might get offended.
I mean, of all of the hot takes, whether or not you're a cat person or a dog person, I don't think that's one that's going to be particularly problematic.
No, my reason why I'm not fond of having a considering having a dog. That's definitely a hot take.
Can I take a guess?
Uh-huh.
Is it because you like eating dog?
No.
Okay, well.
Dog meat is too, hard to like too much chewy. I much prefer cat meat. Cat meat is delicate and
I've never eaten dog nor cat, but there was one person who in my chat once was just like, yeah, I could never own a dog as a pet because we eat them 3 times a week. And I was just like, pardon? So,
Maybe he meant hot dogs.
no, I'm quite literally certain he meant dog. But
well, I'm going to lose my 120% of being more liked by everyone by saying I accidentally ate a cat once.
Cat's in the kettle at the silver spoon.
This was a really weird Chinese restaurant, and the food was ordered by somebody who actually knew what they were giving away. I mean, what the menu was about, and I got fed a cat.
Mean. That's awful.
That's really awful. I mean, I can't. I still remember that and can't forgive myself. I was like, what was this delicate, really good meat that he had just only a little of? Oh, it was cat meat. What?
I don't even think that's legal here.
Probably isn't. I hope it isn't. I hope that every civilized country has that illegal.
Really, Lorenz? They dissect cats in school? Here it's frogs or toads.
Ouch.
And turtles.
Ouch.
Frogs, toads,
ouch,
and turtles.
Ouch, ouch. That, I mean, but they don't kill them, right?
No, they're cadavers.
Probably.
Yeah, they're not going to make kids kill these.
I was really happy to recently I checked that almost in the whole of the world, declawing cats is illegal, which makes me really happy.
It was very recently made legal here. It was legal
But
up
it is
until
illegal.
like the mid-teens, less than 10 years ago. All right, drone extermination force is currently decontaminating the toxic hollow.
I know why they rotate so weirdly.
I want to say they were doing that in the previous patch too.
Yeah. They. I mean, this is nothing new. I'm just immediately thinking about how to. Oh, did you see that one that fell into the gap? Yep, another one.
It's really nice not having to worry about taking damage or needing cover or anything.
Yeah, Wizard Toxicologist is still like one of the strongest builds.
The
only thing I nerfed on it actually was the time needed to regenerate the smoke screen.
So I have a question. Does this, like swapping places with the robots, take time?
Yes, notice that they move afterwards.
Okay, because I've been using it almost like an evasion tactic quite frequently, and it's not something that you were really able to do before the quick move, just because it was so slow and clunky. But it's become a pretty legitimate, like, evasion tactic.
Yeah. I'm just sorry that this looks like there's no animation of them swapping, because this one would be really, really hard to get right. I decided that was the reason why this swap was never implemented, was the fact that it's visually so jarring, but I decided that fuck it, I'm never going to implement this animation properly, so let's just add it as it is, because it's so needed. Oh, it's hollow! Ah, you're already at hollow. What's the exotic? Is this a railgun?
Ooh, Shadow Hunter.
You
I have ammo
put the
for it, too.
sustain on the nail gun. Ah.
Yeah,
Try putting the sustain on the Shadow Hunter.
Can I even put upgrades on the Shadow Hunter?
I think you can put one. No, you can't.
Doesn't have a mod slot.
No.
I'd
Yeah,
have to
it doesn't
get...
have a mod slot. Okay, yeah, never mind.
I was gonna say, wouldn't I need to?
My bad.
I mean, I'm thinking about swapping it out anyway. The nail gun.
Yeah, sustain would be so fucking broken on so many uniques.
I mean, I'm wondering if it'll let me do that if I what's the word? If I had WizKid, but I don't.
I'm wondering why the sustain on the nail gun doesn't work.
Pablo Rasta, you've never seen this far down in Jupiter Hell before? I was here yesterday, admittedly on a different channel, but I mean, we are what, 2 rooms away from the last area, so...
How many multi-drills have you lost ever while using nail guns?
Never, actually, because I almost never pick it up.
Oh, baby.
But now the question is, what do I put the sustain on? I could put it on the plasma launcher. That'd be pretty busted. Tapio, hello!
Yeah, plasma launcher sounds good. What did IDR do? Because I can't remember. It's the reload thing.
IDR... Yes, it's minus 50% reload time. And we got Reaver's Claw. I'm actually using a relic, which is rare for me. I don't know if you were here when I picked it up, but we were running around with Arch Reavers. And I have a utility amp that's giving me some move speed back, so...
It's minus 10% net.
Yeah, it's
Actually, it doesn't work that way. It's multiplicative, I think. So it's 0.8 times 0. Times 1.1. I think.
Well, I'm going to be breaking down a bunch of stuff. I think I'm probably going to keep the Meditech armor, though, instead of going for the AV3 Marine armor. Although this one has pockets. But it's just giving me fireproof, and I'm fireproof anyway, so... I think the Meditech is
I'll answer the question of Truppen Panda.
Go nuts.
I think I said that correctly. Truppen Panda, right?
That's how I say it, so...
Okay, so the funny thing about procedural generation is that the more stupid the algorithm, the better the results. The more advanced the algorithm, the more chaotic things you will get, and the chaotic things often are basically broken. Either they look broken or they're gameplay-wise broken. So there's a balance to be met between... like many people are saying that the levels could be more random, but on the other hand, if the levels were more random, they would probably be much harder to make interesting gameplay-wise. So I mostly use quite simple techniques. So for example, one of the most overused, I think, technique in the game is the levels are basically made out of pre-made blocks. And the pre-made blocks are connected to each other either in one after the other or like bricks. So basically a longer block and the one underneath is tilted. And this is like the basic algorithm for most of the game. Like for, I would say, 50% of the levels. We do some adjustments over it. So we add... like, for example, boxes and stuff in the rooms are procedurally placed instead of being a part of the block. But basically that's it. And this simple algorithm actually allows you to do pretty varied results. But after a time, it's as good as the tiles, right? If you have like 10 tiles, you will, after playing the game a little bit more, you will recognize them. So there are more advanced algorithms being used both in the game and in the works, but the more advanced ones, you have to, you know, much more carefully add stuff so it doesn't break the game, neither visually nor gameplay-wise. So I've been, right now I have a plan that once I have some free time, so 2025? I'm just kidding. Once I have some free time, I'm going to do some more research into waveform collapse. If some people here are programmers, they might know what that is. But the problem with waveform collapse is that it gives you really, really nice results, but they have no guarantee of being connected, no guarantee of making sense and shit like that. So the implementation of the algorithm is one thing, but far harder is the next step, which makes it connected, which makes it reasonable, which makes sure that there are no situations where the player is extremely disadvantaged and shit like that. So yeah, so the levels will get a little bit better, but right now most of them use very simple techniques. The caves, for example, the caves use actually cellular automata. So basically the Conway's Game of Life, if you ever heard about that, which afterwards has some filters put on, and afterwards another algorithm makes it sure that the parts of the case are interconnected so that every place can be actually reached. So that's another one that is used, and there's also there's two more algorithms that are quite often used. The one is the old Dumarel style binary space partitioning. So basically divide a whole square into smaller squares recursively and makes rooms out of that, but it uses some additional techniques to add in fat corridors, thanks to which it actually looks a lot better. And finally, there's something that I internally called the Cogmind algorithm, which was inspired by Cogmind, the way that Cogmind generates its levels. So basically, it's builders and room builders and corridor builders basically dig from the center of the map and make a tree-like structure. So yeah, there are 4 of those like basic algorithms right now used here.
So I'm just sitting still in the game because I have a conundrum that I'm trying to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
There are 2 advanced level 3 katanas here, both with Vampiric 2. Do I take both of them and try and get dual wield? I only need 2 levels for it.
Wait a second, can you even dual wield if you already picked the master? Yeah, I think Blade
Dancer isn't a master trait. Dual wield blades.
Yeah. Oh. Indeed. Huh.
Should I do that?
That would be so silly.
I think I'm dumping all of my guns right now. So, assuming I hit the right button. We're getting rid of the assault rifle and we're getting rid of the plasma launcher, and I'm taking 2 swords. Because that is supremely silly.
What's the only one that you what's the only weapon that you're left with?
Shadow Hunter.
Ah, you can't put sustain on that.
Yeah, I could put it on the katana, which would be completely redundant.
Well, you can put it so you can at some point. Actually, it makes sense. Put it on the katana because you might want to get it back.
True. Yeah, I could break it down.
Or you can carry it, or you can simply.
I could also just keep it in my inventory right now, which is what I think I'm gonna do.
Yeah. that was a silly suggestion.
But I just kind of wanted to point that out because I think that's really fun.
I really like your approach. The game is getting too easy right now, so let's make it harder.
Yeah, let's throw away my things that actually conserve ammo and also switch to using dual swords.
Wait a second. Did you enter the rift thing?
I entered the portal.
The glowy red, glowy green thing.
The glowy green thing at the end? Yeah, I did it. Stepped in that.
And what was the effect?
Oh, I guess this is a new one. Sorry, I have so many effects right now I didn't even notice. You're corrupted with an infernal toxins, and you're immune to gas and poison effects, and you are and poison effects you deal are 50% stronger. Wait, hold on a second. Are you saying my poison is stronger now?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And you radiate a strong poison aura, which basically means that everything in melee range is going to get poisoned automatically.
And I'm about to start dual wielding swords. Great. Perfect. Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah, because the first question when I added poison resistance to Noxious Hollow that testers had is, wait, what happens if I go to the Rift first and then go to Noxious Hollow? So it was pretty obvious we had to add in another effect, right?
Yeah, no kidding. Alright, I'm just gonna look around and see if there's any ammo that I'm missing. Because, well, I guess technically I could spend resources and repower the ammo depot. But, meh.
But I noticed also that I suppose I planned to add a visual effect to the poison aura, but forgot to do that. Oh.
Oh, so you just have like stinky coming off of you at all times?
No, you would have like a radiating, like the same effect that you have on those ice spikes during the Cryomancer fight.
I was imagining just like a little bit of a green cloud just like coming off the player character at all times.
So the final boss is actually somewhat poison resistant, but his poison resistance I think isn't 100%.
Okay.
But usually you don't deal enough poison stacks to make him take real damage. But right now with the attunement, and with everything, you actually might do that. You might kill the final boss with poison.
I'm a little bit scared of like meleeing him. I'll say that.
Oh, have you ever got a melee victory against the boss?
Nope. Not this boss. The old one, yeah.
Just, you know, those.
This is awkward.
What gives you vision of the enemies?
Line of sight?
No, I mean the target radicals.
Oh,
and Feldman.
One of my armors, I think. Like I said, I have too many upgrades. I think.
Oh, Horn of Plenty. Yeah, to defeat the Harbinger, you have to shoot it until it dies.
Yeah, it's heat
Pro
vision
tip.
6 that's giving me that.
Yeah, but this character sheet is definitely a Horn of Plenty.
How far does melee range reach? Right next to you. Rupin. But yeah, I don't. There's more information on that screen right now than I think I've ever seen before. More effects and additions and attunements and all that stuff.
But I think we're getting to the point which I always wanted Jupiter Hell to be. It's a game with really simple, basic rules, but once you get into it, it can get really, really complex.
Yeah, we're definitely getting there. It's not like a Cogmine situation where things start complex and get more complex. It's definitely like things start simple with like a pistol, and then by the end of it, you're like, I'm sorry, what is doing resistance on what now?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the fact that I see reviews of the game saying like, yeah, in the beginning I thought it was way too simple, but then I started playing it and it has really, you know, depth and complexity once you get to know it. Because this was the whole idea of making a gateway drug to roguelikes, right? It had to be simple so nobody gets, you know, dissuaded from playing it. But unfortunately, some reviewers obviously like played too little and never got to the point where they noticed this, you know, aha, this is actually pretty complex.
Yeah, because I think in order to like get to the point where depth starts kicking in, this is just me, but I'd say you have to play probably around 3 to 4 hours. And I think that there's some people who, and also you kind of have to, at the very least, make it to the end of Callisto, right? And I think some people just don't even get to that point.
Yeah, especially when they start, you know, playing on easy or on medium while having, you know, turn-based games experience, and they're like, this is way too simple. Like, turn up the difficulty if it's too simple. That's my answer.
There was one person who left a Steam review, not super recently, who was just like, I put it on easy and it's still too difficult. And I was just like, looking at that going like, all right, so like, when do we put in the invincibility cheat code and just let that guy have fun?
What am I supposed to do? Like give, you know, health regeneration?
I don't know. Well, I mean, like, I am a
like
supporter.
Game journalist mode.
I am a supporter. Of what's the word I'm looking for here? Cheat codes in video games. So like, just put the Doom cheats in the game, and just like maybe like if you make your username like IDDQD or something, it like doesn't put you into the game, and it just lets you be or have invincibility or whatever.
So I considered I considered putting them like straight up, so you just type IDDQD or something like that. But with the rebindable key bindings, this would get really, really annoying for people who, you know, rebound their keys in a way that you can accidentally spell IDDQD, right?
Well, I'm thinking like the only way to really do cheat codes in a non-offensive fashion that like doesn't disrupt anybody's game is to just put it on the main menu somewhere. Or
have precisely name your character IDDQD.
Yeah, and then it just like boots, like just says cheat code accepted, and then you can type in another thing if you wanted.
No, 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 no. You are
And you can
going to
stack
be
cheat
fucking named IDDQD.
You have to do the entire run with your name IDDQD so that everybody
Yes.
knows.
Knows.
You're a
Exactly.
cheater. Fair enough. Yeah, you could definitely do that. Anyway, we're clear. Onwards. I don't know if I'm even going to be able to level up this gun. And I'm going to have to play very fucking slowly for 2 reasons. 1, I have almost no ammunition. 2, I
You
need
can
to
print
level up
some
this
ammunition
gun.
here.
Yeah, there will be plenty of ammunition here, but it's still like
Ouch.
the reality
That-
of this.
Yep. She's back. Oh, this
getting it?
darkness here also will. I'll do something about it.
Oh, like the dark voids there?
Yeah.
I was kind of expecting you to
Definitely
just
doing
throw
something
lava
with-
there or something, but
I've got some other plans. This is above Jupiter, right?
true, yes.
So the initial idea, but I'm never going to do that, at least not for this iteration of the game. The initial idea was that in the background you would actually see, you know, those Jupiter storms swirling.
Yeah, like
This
that
would
one
be
that one
magnificent.
background image.
Mm-hmm. But unfortunately, this is too. There are some things that I would like to implement that are like too expensive to implement, considering that not many new people will actually experience that, right? So I leave the larger, how do you call it? The larger features are being moved towards the sequel instead of you know, adding it to this game.
Yeah.
So basically what my point is, we could add procedural destruction here, but then, you know, most of the people that ever gave Jupiter Hell a try would never see it.
So I have
But
a
if
question.
we would do a sequel with procedural destruction, then there would be a much higher chance that more people would actually see it.
When you say Jupiter Hell sequel, are you referring to Aliens RL
No,
sequel, or are you talking like full? Okay.
I'm thinking about a full-blown sequel. I'm going to
Interesting.
call it Jupiter Hell Forever, and it will be magnificent.
What about Jupiter Hell Super?
No, Jupiter Hell Forever, you know,
That's screwed.
brings in that.
Oh,
I think
okay,
the joke is
get
better.
It. I get it now. It took a second. I'm staring down the barrel of this droid that's at a bad angle, and I don't feel like fighting it. All right.
Because obviously we won't call it Eternal, right?
Jupiter Hell Eternal. I mean, I don't think
That
they
would be
own
too
the
much
rights
in
to
your
the
face.
word Eternal. Yay, ammunition.
But even if Eternal was on the table, I think Forever sounds way better.
God, those
Like
take no damage.
we know we're doing a sequel that will never come out, and and it will be shitty when it comes out. We're choosing the name Forever.
All right, well, you like Jupiter Hell Forever? I mean, it's got a nice ring to it. I don't know what could possibly go wrong. Definitely not Development Hell.
But yeah, but this will be if we do the sequel, it will not be the next game. If we do, it will be somewhere in the future.
Somewhere in the future.
That's better.
Do I want to just
See
take
if
more?
there's something useful here.
And then you give me a nice sniper rifle game? Come on. It's not what I need. I'm actually worried I'm not going to get enough XP in the next 2 floors to level up. That's my current worry. What else am I sitting on?
What?
Well, I need 3,920 XP to level up, which is what I need to be able to dual wield swords. I need to get to level 16 before the end of Dante.
Otherwise, you're screwed.
No, otherwise I just only get to hold 1 sword instead of 2, which is fine, but I'm also like running out of inventory space again.
Tapaiok, I'm a big fan of Pluto and Charon. Actually, the CRI is based Charon. That's why the CRI is named CRI. It's a Charon Research Institute.
CRI being the big bads that we're fighting currently. Well, we just finished fighting. We're not going to fight anymore, but we're fighting up until now.
I've got really ambitious plans for the IO branches, but I'm not going to spoil them, especially that I don't know if I'll be able to pull it off.
I mean, don't spoil stuff for the, next update. It's fine. I mean,
Yeah,
unless you want to.
The next one is going to be called Ancient.
Ancient.
Which I can spoil that much is the name of the IO boss.
The Ancient? Yeah, that sounds like a boss name. So the reason I'm carrying 6 gas grenades is for these fucking Medusas and no other reason.
This should be it.
It's the sole reason. Alright. Well,
Yes, CRI are... Actually, they're both corrupted CRI and non-corrupted CRI. The bots and Marines are never corrupted. But the regular CRI security guys are actually come in two flavors, corrupted and uncorrupted, and sometimes you may actually see those two factions in fighting. Because the idea is there was a CRI presence already on IO, but these guys got corrupted, and there's a fresh contingent of CRI military that actually came to IO to clean those guys up. And they took over the CRI laboratories, but they are still fighting over IO itself. So yeah, there's a place in the game where you're actually shooting non-corrupted humans, you monster. But they're basically the Wayland Yutani of Jupiter Hell. So basically, they don't see a difference between the demons and you.
Everybody needs a little bit of Wayland Yutani in their life, though. That poor door. It didn't deserve that damage. I don't think I'm going to be able to level up Shadowhunter at all. I'm sitting only at 77. Out of 1500.
You know what?
Needed.
If you really want some experience to get the dual swords for the boss fight, you can always go Inferno.
I don't think I... Do I have enough ammunition to survive?
I'm actually tempted. That's a bad idea.
I don't think I have the ammo, dude. GMT. I don't know what that stands for, 84 run.
I think time zone.
What time zone am I? Oh, Pacific. I'm West Coast Canada. I don't... I mean... I need 2... I mean, we have 2 floors of Dante left. I think we'll look at leveling when we finish... when we finish this zone, or this floor, I'll look at my XP and we'll do some soul searching then, I think.
It's actually late here. It's 11 p.m., but I basically just woke up. I'm at my third coffee. Because my sleeping schedule is right now fucked because I was coding up till 5 a.m. in the morning 2 days ago because I was really trying to get the redacted secret done for the 1.4 release.
Gotcha. It is currently 2:20 p.m. here. Also, where did the robots go? They're in my back pocket. I can make them reappear by doing this.
Not enough power.
And now they're gonna go murder things for me because that room looks scary. Although they're probably all gonna blow up to that whatever is right there. Yep.
Yeah, just to iterate, if anybody has some questions about the game or its development, I'm gladly going to answer them. As far as translations go, there are 10 languages planned, out of which one is currently not going to be released due to the situation in the world.
Yep.
Not going to say it serious. So the question is, real Psoyed, what language are you interested in?
I just realized I can use this to shoot around corners. Holy shit.
Shadowhunter is actually one of the stronger uniques.
I never even
Unfortunately, Czech is probably not going to, because there's too little of a market. Because, you know, with translations, we need to look at whether the translation will actually pay off in additional sales. But the translation, actually, even now, I think you could just throw in a file and add in any translation that you desire. So I might just write a guide on how to do that. Because it's only a question of getting a comma-separated value spreadsheet into a proper folder, and it will read it as a translation. And once it reads it as a translation, you can just go ahead and translate everything yourself.
Not to be that guy as well, but like, as once mod support is enabled properly, translations will be aplenty most likely.
We'll see. I don't think there's a big interest right now in mods for Jupiter Hell, unfortunately, but I will still implement it because I need to create the technology anyway to... Ooh, Arch Warlock. I need to create the technology anyway for further games, right?
There's also particle error where it's also popping up in the bottom right of the screen.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah, see? There. Yeah, I mean, the reason I say that is because, like, I stare at a lot of small games, right? And small games that have small player bases, the first mods that pop up are always translations. If those, like, folders are available and accessible, it's always the first thing I see people making. Yay,
yes,
I leveled up Shadowhunter.
Skins of main character will be possible with once I release the modding possibilities, but we're not going to implement any skills ourselves.
Good. I want someone to rip some assets out of Death Stranding so that we can play as Norman Reedus.
As far as favorite build, my favorite build is probably Gunkata. Gunkata is the one master that I spent most time implementing.
It's probably the one I played the... No, Survivor's the one I played the least.
Gunkata got a significant update right now. It doesn't do any dodge penalties anymore, but it's based on the optimal range of your guns, so not including your skills. So if a shot is not to be in the optimal range of your gun, it will not fire off. The idea is that too many people were playing Gunkata, you know, at the edge of vision, which completely went against the master trait fantasy, which was supposed to get you, you know, really inside of the fight. So we wanted to make it stronger, but on the other hand, make it so that the proper way of playing is actually the way that it was intended to.
Also, for anybody who doesn't know, Gunkata, basically you move and you point guns in different directions and shoot anything within your vision range, basically.
If somebody saw the very underrated movie Equilibrium, they know what I'm talking about.
I actually was recommending that movie to a friend of mine recently who's doing behavioral research. I was just like, you should, and like emotion studies and stuff. And I was like, you should watch Equilibrium. They're like, never heard of it. Like, you should watch that movie. It's a good movie.
No ammo. Reload.
Although it's difficult to find on streaming these days, which is a shame.
By the way, my name is Cornell, but I go here by Apianciev.
No ammo. Reload.
This thing doesn't want to die. Warlocks.
Cornell, like in Cornell College, but with a K and a single L. That's what I always say at Starbucks.
Through here. I should have enough XP by the end of Dante, assuming I clear, to be able to just take out the rest of them. I love it when things friendly fire their friends with rockets. It's the best. I had a Grenadier earlier in this run. I'm not sure if you were here yet, but I fired I stepped in front of him and he put the like little aiming reticle like at his feet. just stepped back and he exploded.
Mod support, I technically wanted to do some initial small mod support for this release even, but it probably will be the release after Ancient, so Aftermath, which is the current code name for the 1.6 release.
Now,
If not, then 2.0 afterwards.
Is that because
Yeah.
of the one mod that's already available for the game, or?
the bootleg mod.
I mean, it's just old school modding, right?
Watch out that you do not enter if you
Yeah.
don't want to.
I was being careful. I just wanted to pick up the
Yeah,
lightning bolt.
you probably don't have enough ammo to run through Inferno.
I mean, I have 2 swords, but yes, you are correct. It's more my armor that I'm worried about at this point.
Goodbye, Trippin' Panda.
Well, cheers, Troopin. Thanks for swinging by.
Tongue in cheek. Yeah, the humor of Jupiter Hell is something that most people either love or hate.
I've seen some people get like kind of genuinely offended by this game, which I think is kind of funny. Like every now and again, there will be like, "This game's too crass." It's like, I just
Turn down
wide eyes and blink.
Switch to serious mode. That's why it's there, and that's why the choice actually pops up as the first single choice in the when you launch Jupiter Hell. It asks you if it can be silly or if you want it serious.
Do you want to be ironically offended by this game? If no, don't select this option. Don't go with the silly voice acting.
Yeah, with the amount of actual choices that you can make when it comes to the way the character actually talks, I think we beat a lot of RPGs.
Oh, just because you have like
You have both options for the cursing, the amount of cursing, and whether you want a silly or a serious tone. I mean, find me an RPG that actually allows so much control over how your character is actually voicing himself. Like the most you can get in a Dragon Age game, for example, is choose whether your voice is American or English, and that's the only game I
Pick your
know that
accent.
actually had that choice.
Deep or not deep. That's basically it, usually.
Although I think there was a hidden feature in Dragon Age 2 that actually made the character a little bit more cocky if you were constantly choosing cocky choices.
That's better.
I'm getting
It
kind of
was-
sick of this fucking warlock.
Pablo, it's not a question of implementation, it's the question that we had to put in a lot of extra voice lines. Speaking of voice lines, I had this really evil idea that... because I was researching AI-generated voices recently.
Mm-hmm.
They're still not there yet, but what I did find that's already there is that you can actually remake a voice to sound like a different voice, and this works pretty well as long as you're doing it offline and not like in real time. So in worst case, we could do a female voice by running Mark Mear's voice through an AI with a female voice. I'm really interested in how that would sound. Preferably through some like through a sample set of female, like a pretentious British accent. I would love that. Have all those voice lines in that accent.
Fucking arch warlock now. And I don't have any chance of hitting any of these guys.
You're kind of in a bind here.
I'm not that well. I mean, I can kill the bads.
like Emily, but blunt. Pablo, you cannot source voice acting. I mean, if the female voice will be on a significantly lower recording and quality level than the male voice, people will get really upset. So sourcing from Fiverr is not an option.
I mean, I know like a couple dozen streamers that would be super down to do voices if that was an option. But once you have a celebrity voice actor as one of your voices, you're kind of stuck. And Mark Meer kind of falls under that.
He just falls under that. He's like the on on the edge of being a celebrity voice, but being a celebrity voice.
If I'm like a C tier, or if I'm like an F tier celebrity, he's like a C plus. Just want this fucking dude dead.
But the other thing I noticed is that, for example, I could with the AI generated voices, something that really hit me was that if I would put my voice through those algorithms, it actually removes removes my foreign accent.
Oh, that's weird.
Which is cool because you can, right now, thanks to that AI generated stuff, you could actually voice a whole RPG game by yourself if you have like any kind of voicing talent.
That is kind of bonkers, actually.
You would spend a lot on voice sets, but you can actually, even if you're not a native English speaker, voice a full RPG in English. The technology is there, so. But it really pains me that you can find on YouTube people playing around with this technology, even like big sites, and they, for example, download a voice that sounds like Morgan Freeman, and then the guy says something, and it applies this filter, and it technically sounds like Freeman, but because the guy has no fucking acting chops, it definitely doesn't sound like Freeman. If they would take anybody who has at least a little of way of trying to do voices, it would sound way better than that.
Hoy vey. That room just exploded.
No, I don't have any good resources. I was just YouTubing it the other day because a friend of mine who works at a company, they said that they are using AI generated voices to do voices for characters, NPCs in a RPG, and I was like, I called bullshit on that we don't have the technology yet. And no, when it comes to generated stuff from text, we're not there yet. It's not good enough not to sound like silly or pretentious.
I don't want to fight an Arch Warlock. I'm so fucking tired of these Arch Warlocks.
By the way, where did the name come from the character in this run? Because it sounds like you couldn't decide whether you want to be Biggs or Wedge Antilles from Star Wars.
I don't know. Chat said Biggs Wedgie, so I went with Biggs Wedgie.
Because that's like two characters from Star Wars.
Kind
Biggs
of.
Starklighter and Wedge Antilles.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh my god, I just outed myself as a Star Wars nerd.
I think it's acceptable to be, like, if you're a Star Wars nerd and you're a little kid, then it's like, oh great, you've been like indoctrinated by Disney, right? Like you're part of the problem. But if you're an adult and you're a Star Wars fan, you can have the benefit of the doubt of being like, oh, I was into it before Disney took over and ruined it all. Like, I would say that I almost fall into that second category. Almost. Not quite, but almost. I hope that all these fucking Arch Warlocks are dead.
I unfortunately have to admit that I'm a big fan of what Dave Filoni is right now doing with Star Wars.
Well, at least somebody is.
But on the other hand, I think they actually took a lesson from Filoni and Favreau, because the Obi-Wan thing that I saw was pretty decent, like compared to the new trilogy.
Right, well, I have two multi-tools.
But that's just my opinion.
I have two multi-tools, and I'm not going to get another helmet, so I'm going to repair everything.
In a dream.
Two multi-tools in a dream, yeah.
You will get a blue armor next level, right?
Yes.
Where the fuck am I?
And also a big hit.
Oh, Mandalorian was great. I really enjoyed Mandalorian.
All right, you guys talk about Star Wars for a second. I'm going to go use the toilet, and then when I return, I'm going to die to this boss, because I'm not going to kill it.
Beat the boss or die trying?
Die trying, most likely. I'll be right back.
And right now, this cat is actually trying to. Come on. No, Pablo, that's such an easy question. The Empire Strikes Back, obviously. I mean, come on, you could come up with a serious question. Yeah, we're taking over Blindy's chat, and right now we're talking about Star Wars. Frog for Hire, I just hope they let Favreau and Filoni do what they're doing and not try to mess with it. As long as they actually started trying to mess with it, but I'm not going to comment on that. So just keep away from that and everything will be fine.
I return. Let's go die to this boss. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the recent Star Wars stuff because I refuse to give Disney money. So it's one of those like, oh, well, you know, you could steal it, but it's like, I don't know. There's enough stuff on Netflix that's entertaining me more.
Funny thing is, in Poland, up till now, you wouldn't. There was no possibility to legally watch the new Star Wars stuff anyway.
Really?
Because Disney Plus wasn't legally available in Poland.
That's strange. Can I shoot you like this? Well, it worked.
Okay, I'm going to shut up now.
Yeah, you can keep talking.
Managed to get.
Because I'm going to be playing this real slowly. I mean, I'm sitting here and
One of these days, this column you're hiding behind is going to fall apart.
And I will be really sad. Why did you put them there if they're supposed to fall apart?
I never thought that they would become a tactical element of the boss fight.
It's the only logical place to stand. It's
they
not
were put there just because visuals, right? But
yeah,
it turned out that they're a.
It's literally the only logical place.
If I ever will want to make the boss fight harder without, you know, playing around with balance, I'm just going to make those columns destructible.
Yeah, that'd do it.
Which reminds me, I need to also make the explosion craters not be placed on the middle of the tile every time.
That's better.
I have the technology. I just need to implement it.
You also need to remember that you're on vacation, and you shouldn't be implementing anything.
Yeah. By the way, you probably didn't notice, but the design of those plates that the Dante levels have, those round ones, it's the same design that the plate that this Cryomancer spawns on.
Yep, definitely didn't notice that, but now that you pointed out, yep, that does make sense. I did notice that the I didn't notice that I didn't put 2 and 2 together there, but I did notice that the summoning circle that it was on looked different. I also haven't used these swords yet in this level, but Harbinger. Die, please. Yeah, I'm good. I got plenty of stuff. Throw that nade.
Really, I'm always positively happy how this boss fight came out, considering that we had 2 weeks to implement it.
Okay, now I can use swords. Because there's a Toxic Reaver right in front of my face.
And the Oscar goes to...
I know I'm not
Me,
going
because I
home,
just got my first melee win.
but at least I'll take these demonic
Titanic!
Yay! I mean, I did just get my first melee win though. On
That
hard,
doesn't count
nonetheless.
as melee. It doesn't count as melee. Sorry to burst your bubble.
I killed him with a melee weapon.
It's a melee boss kill, but not a melee run.
It was a sus melee win then. I need more coffee. Uses Shadowrun. I didn't use Shadow. I didn't use Shadowhunter half the game. I used it for the last half of the last zone. I got it at like Mephatic Mines or Toxicala or whatever. And I had to level it up, so of course I used it. But yes, we won. First win of the day, first run of the day. So today's a 100% win rate. Granted, it took me 4 hours, but we did it. Which means at this pace, I got time for 2 more runs. Also my highest score. That's bad. I think Free Kiev should be the highest score, but time to play as Free Kiev again.
Wow, really?
Apparently it's my highest score,
I wonder why.
Probably because I cleared all of Dante. I don't usually do that.
Yes.
I usually end up skipping stuff in Dante. But, you know.
So to beat that, you need to clear Dante and clear Inferno.
Yeah, because I was a fully 100% everything clear, so yeah, I would need to clear Dante, I would need to clear Inferno, or clear Dante on Ultraviolence, probably do it as well.
Yeah. If you get a win on Ultraviolence, it should pop to the top.
I mean, the closest I have is I died to the final boss on Ultraviolence, which I'm really proud of.
Yeah, I really need to see that replay. You uploaded that game to YouTube?
It's not anywhere. It's on whatever Hyper
crap.
is. So actually, did I finish that run? No, I finished that run on Hyper Strange's channel. I do have the VOD though. I have it downloaded. But currently it's not uploaded anywhere, no. You have to tell them to upload it somewhere. Or tell them to ask me to send them the VOD so that they can upload it somewhere.
Yeah, I'll consider that because I want to see that. Because it's probably after the 2-week grace period of having VODs still available, right?
Yeah, but I do have it recorded, so... Because I'm locally recording.
Don't bite! Sorry, cat.
Cats, but I mean, I assuming anything to do with licking and or biting is cat. So.
Yeah, the male one, he bites. I mean, he playfully bites, if you know what I mean.
So do we go for Gun Kata this time then?
Yeah, might try it as well.
Now we need a name for Gun Kata. So do you want to pick a name or should I ask Chad again?
Not very creative at the moment.
Chad, I need a name. Give me your best, like, ninja dual wielding dev.
Oh, there's one obvious name, right?
Chat name.
Preston.
That would be the Easter egg name, I suppose. That should give you like a badge if you beat the game on using Gun Kata.
It should give you an achievement called Not Without Incident.
Or just underrated, please watch, or something. Lo Wang. Hi, Bob. How are you? I didn't see you sneak in.
Sean Bean? Don't name your character Sean Bean, otherwise he dies in the first.
He dies in the first act. Yeah. I could name it Sean Bean, but then die in the first room and then do a real run. I'm kind of leading Lo Wang actually, but
yeah,
you know, fuck it. Let's be Sean
Bean. Right now, casting Sean Bean right now is a spoiler in itself.
The thing is, like, well, I like Sean Bean as an actor. I'm trying to think of things that he has.
Yeah, I like him too. That's the point, and I'm really sad that he gets all those roles. When even if he gets a good guy role, see Equilibrium.
Yeah. Yeah. He just, well, I mean, he kind of was. He
or
kind
Game
of was
of
a good
Thrones.
guy. Boromir's kind of a good character. It's not a evil character. He's just a misguided character.
Yeah, I'm really happy that they didn't like lean into making him evil in the movies. Because I'm pretty sure there was a temptation to do that because, you know, movies are generally more black and white than the source material.
Right, I start off with the revolver. And they immediately give me a 44 rifle. That's like giving me candy. Thank you, game.
can I just say how good the Lord of the Rings movies are? And I'm not saying it that they're like universally good or that they are good adaptations. It's just the fact that there was so much they could fuck up while doing that. That the fact that the movies are decent is a fucking miracle.
There is actually like a really good example as to why those movies are so good. Because if you just want to remind yourself why the Lord of the Rings movies were good, just watch the Hobbit movies and try and keep track of everything that they fucked up in those movies.
I saw a version of the Hobbit movies where somebody compressed them into 1 2-hour movie, and it was pretty good.
I haven't seen it. I saw a 4-hour cut of that. I haven't seen a 2-hour cut of that. But I saw the first 2 of those in the theaters. The first one I hated, and the second one I intentionally slept through. Don't tell my
Bob
ex.
Crumb.
She really wanted to see it. So. Yes, so to anybody just tuning in, I'm speaking with Epion, who's Cornell, who's the developer and programmer and designer and brain behind this game and Doom RL and a bunch of other roguelikes from the past, which you may have stumbled upon or seen on this channel alternatively. I don't know. But yeah, so that's what this is, and we are chatting because a big update dropped for this game yesterday.
Seems I got them all.
And we're playing. But we're going to go gun kata this time, so we need gunslinger. That's it? I guess that's technically 2 upgrades. For
No,
gunslinger.
Hellrunner and... Wait, what?
No, it just requires gunslinger.
Yeah, but... oh, yeah. Because Gunslinger itself
It
requires
needs son of a
2
gun
traits.
2.
So that's 3 traits, right?
Yeah, so that means I'm going to start off with Hellrunner, get Hellrunner 2, and then go into son of a gun.
Errol Partridge.
Action-packed arrow dodging barrel ride. Yeah. Yeah. Or just my biggest problem with the Hobbit movies is just Legolas is in them.
Yep.
For some fucking reason, they put Orlando Bloom in those movies. Like, do you think that he ever had a moment during filming going, no one's gonna like the fact that this character's here?
Well, to be honest, people that didn't read The Hobbit, like, probably were happy that he's there. So that was the whole point, I think.
Was there anybody that was happy about those movies?
I mean, you have to remember that most of the people that watch those movies never read The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings. Or actually, you must realize that many of those people that never read a book in their life. So...
I feel like you have to, at the very least, read Lord of the Flies to graduate high school in North America. But
Never read Lord of the Flies.
don't.
Just
It's
fun.
horrific.
No, I generally try to read a lot of the books that are considered somehow, important.
Well, the thing
Like
is, like,
recently, I read in English. I actually read Out of Darkness. Oh my God, this was a slog to get through, but I was really happy I went through it. But it's a difficult language. I'm pretty sure it's difficult for English speakers also.
I recently pre-ordered a book, which I don't have yet, but I pre-ordered Doom Guy, which is...
Ah, yeah. I heard about the book. Romero.
Yeah, I'm blanking on John Romero's name, but yes, John Romero's like retelling of, I guess, like I'm assuming it'll be similar to Masters of
John
Doom.
Romero
except
trying
just-
to tell the quote unquote real version of Masters of Doom.
Yeah, it's just his perspective, I guess, or his opinions. I don't know. I like listening to him talk. I actually was in a stream pretty recently watching him backseat somebody in Doom 2 because he released a Doom wad
Yeah.
right after recently with
Sigil, I think, was the name, right?
No, because he released Sigil, which was just like his own thing, but he released one specifically
yeah.
to help fund the Ukrainian war effort. And he was just tweeting out streams of it, and I went into like the most recent one that he tweeted out, and he was in the chat just being like, "There's a secret behind that wall." No, like turn around, dude. Turn around. There's a secret, but dude, there's a no, but you're running the wrong hall. It's very fun.
Must have been ridiculous.
It was just a very amusing to watch John Romero backseat somebody.
Especially, it would be even funnier if the person had, you know, a rule, no backseating, but he was like, "Oh, it's John Romero. I cannot tell him to fuck off."
I mean, to be fair, I let you backseat me in this game because you made it. So.
Yeah, I know that I sometimes pop into, like, not anymore because unfortunately there are not many random streamers right now streaming the game anymore. But I used to pop into random streams and you know, watch and suddenly see some person, you know, struggling with a mechanic that I probably didn't explain well enough, so that's why he's struggling. So I'm, you know, writing in chat something that this works this way, and get a like, "Fuck you, no backseating, you want to ban." I'm like, okay, sorry, but it's my fault.
But I made this video game.
No, it's more like I'm not, you know, angry that somebody, you know, is annoyed at me. It's more like I'm angry at myself that I didn't explain the mechanic good enough, and now somebody isn't getting it right.
Yeah, no, totally. All right, so I think I'm gonna go mines exit because it's the first exit, and I haven't seen the countdown yet.
Makes sense.
So,
makes sense.
Unless there's a particular route you'd like me to take.
Yeah, take Asturias if it's
not available.
Next.
So,
I mean, in Europa, if it's available in Europa.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't know if that's available yet. So, yeah. So we're gonna go mine.
There's a single terminal in Callisto Hub that actually tells you the layout of Europa.
Oh,
And
really?
Yeah, you have to pay one multi-tool, and it's called Europa Report, which is a small callback to fun indie movie called. Anybody seen the Europa Report?
I have not seen Europa Report. No, does not ring a bell.
Anyone in chat? Doesn't ring a
Chad, has
bell?
anybody here
Nobody?
heard of or seen a movie called Europa Report?
It's an indie science fiction movie, like indie, like quite reasonable budget, but still indie. Yay! Somebody's seen the Europa Report.
Was that added in like in the most recent update, or?
No, it was added in the Valhalla update.
How did I miss that?
Because it's just the terminal and hub, and you usually don't go hub because you pick a branch earlier.
Oh, right. Okay.
Same
Yeah,
thing is true for the IO. I think no, I might have forgotten. Yeah, I've forgotten. There was supposed to be the same thing in the in Europa hub to have a map of IO, but I think I've forgotten to add that.
Definitely not a game-breaking bug. All right, let's go mines.
Yep, definitely not a game-breaking bug.
Sounds like a Space Odyssey reference. I mean, there's so many like small sci-fi movies that you can call out to that nobody's seen. Like recently, my bucket list for films has included Dark Star, which is an old John Carpenter movie that, as far as I can tell, nobody has seen.
I still need to watch it. At some point I started watching like all the science fiction movies. Like I decided I want to like, you know, I just, you know, looked through the genre year by year and started watching like really really unknown movies.
You should make
and
a
I learned
spreadsheet.
that the IMDb rating of a movie doesn't tell me shit because I watched one that had 15% like positive and it was really good. And I've also noticed that some science fiction movies are way overrated because I watched one that had, you know, like very good reviews, really good Rotten Tomatoes score, and I barely managed to sit through it.
So I may have just found a bug. I'm not sure if you count this as a bug, but it still puts the timer countdown on the screen after you close the portal.
Yes, that's a critical bug. I need to fix it. No. Well, that's true.
But what chat wants to know, what movie was it that had 15%? on IMDb that was better than it had any right to be by that logic.
I'm trying to remember the name. I remember what it was about, but I can't remember the name.
This is one of those Google the plot synopsis situations.
Ooh. I'm pretty sure like the movie Gamers was much better than its IMDb rating.
Do you mean like the Gerard Butler film?
Yeah. I actually enjoyed that one. I came in with no expectations and had a lot of fun.
I liked that movie, but for some reason I just have like because there's a sequence in that movie where Bloodhound Gang's that one Bloodhound Gang song plays. It's like a club sequence or something. That sequence is like burned into my memory for some reason, and whenever I hear that Bloodhound Gang song, which I'm now also blanking, The Bad Touch, that's the name of that song. Whenever I hear that song, I just see Gerard Butler's face in a club filled with almost naked people, like raving, and he just looks pissed. Just burned into my memory now. Better or for worse, I suppose. All right. Son of a gun.
I don't remember whether Starship Troopers 3 or 2 was worse. I watched all of them, but yeah, I wouldn't say anybody to. I mean, it wasn't as bad as I would suppose, but it's not one of those bad reviews, good movie cases. But the Starship Troopers animated anime style, I think there were 2 of those, and both were really good.
I've only seen the first Starship Troopers.
That's good. That's enough.
It's plenty of Starship Troopers, I think. I will say, apparently, the Starship Troopers game that's coming out in 2 days is not bad.
Oh, in 2 days.
Yeah, Starship
I
Troopers
guess that has
Terran
something to do.
Command. It's a squad-based RTS. So, apparently it's okay. That is
Definitely gonna try it.
That is the non-paid, non-sponsored preview opinion of the first 10 missions from 2 of my friends. Right. Fancy arm in level 3, cool.
I'm trying to remind myself of the title of the other science fiction movie that I really enjoyed that had bad reviews.
I'm sure it'll pop into your mind in the middle of the night tonight, and you'll be like, damn it!
Ducks! Ducks, damn it. That was a good Omens reference.
Hell, let's
Oh, this leads nowhere.
We've got Exalted Fiends. So are you proud of me? When we first started doing these dev talks after launch, I was playing on medium consistently, and now we've moved up to hard.
Well, you're playing... we're at Callisto Mines, and you're not playing an OP build like last game, so we'll see how it goes.
Admittedly, I didn't have an OP build until, I don't know, the middle of the game, until like after I finished the first zone was when I kind of started getting strong. But I mean, I don't know, I've been playing on hard pretty consistently and like not dying, so.
Sunshine and Event Horizon are 2 really good science fiction movies that I enjoy, but I don't think they're I think they're not, they have pretty good ratings anyway.
Event
so
Horizon
I
has
don't
this
think
weird cult following. Maybe not weird, justified cult following.
As also as a Warhammer 40k prequel, right?
You know what's a bad movie? Deep Impact.
Haven't watched it.
I watched it recently. I don't know why. I just had like this weird afternoon where I was like, I want to watch Deep Impact. I think I was watching a YouTube video that kept referencing it or something, and I was just like, I want to watch Deep Impact. And I watched Deep Impact. I was like, that is not a good movie. When it comes to giant asteroids crashing into Earth films, it's not a very good movie. That's a take I've never thought I would see written down. But Event Horizon is a Lord of the Rings prequel. I would say like you can't make a prequel so far after the original material was written, and then I actually blink twice and look at Star Wars. So I guess yes, you can. Oh, Deep Impact is a Lord of the Rings prequel. Oh, okay. I understand. Okay, now I get the reference. Now I know what you mean.
I didn't see Deep Impact, so cannot catch it. Sorry.
Brilliant. I've got a hunt. So I've got this problem. There's two icons on the minimap. There's this light purple one and the dark purple one. The dark purple one's the summoning circle, yeah?
It's only because you're playing Scout, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I should probably use a different color for
You know
that.
what you should do? When you hold down M, it should give you the map key. That would actually be really helpful.
I might consider that for the UI 2.0, but not for Jupiter Hell. For Jupiter Hell forever.
Aw, man.
Because map key is something that is like extremely hard to do once you realize that you have this ASCII console underneath, right?
Well, I'm not going to make it this time, because there was a hole in the middle of the room.
4, 3.
Sad days.
So no chance to get into Purgatory.
I still haven't done Purgatory, so I don't actually know really what it entails. I watched people on the Discord solving it and figuring it out, but...
I changed it slightly right before release, so now because there's no point of keeping the stuff that was related to the community event, because obviously it was already solved. So right now the hint you get at the cathedral actually leads you to unlocking Inferno. If you ever want to unlock Inferno. Interesting.
I haven't been to the cathedral since all that stuff was added, because I haven't done the heart thing in a while.
Done here.
That's okay, because you can do it next release.
Noted. Well,
when we revisit both the cathedral and Shadow Temple.
Well, that was convenient. Yep. Did you see what just happened in that last floor?
Yeah.
Used the entirety of my ammo too. So now we're good to dual wield. Let's go get some more. Aw, that's a good auto rifle. Oh well.
The closest you'll get to an angel is if in the sequel we finally add Crime Marine Exalted. Exalted Crime Marines.
Man.
There's concept art flowing somewhere around.
Do I take the long revolver or do I take the Jack SMG? I'll never have any ammo for it, ever.
Yeah. If you take the Jack, you'll be constantly out of ammo.
That gun is so good because it's so strong, but you'll literally never have ammo for it the second you pick it up.
Yeah, you have to build into you know, ammo consumption traits.
Yeah, you have to dedicate to it.
And put there's a mod that you can put on it that what was it called? The one that returns half of the ammo. Not sustain, but I don't remember.
I know the name. I know what it is, but I can't remember the name of it. Because my brain just wants to say sustain. Since you said mod out loud,
it's so big.
You stated that there really isn't much demand for mod support for the game right now. Yet there are those people that just, weirdly enough, refuse to buy games if there isn't mod support. Efficient, yeah, that's it. That's it.
Efficient, yeah. Thanks, Galahar. Yeah, see, I don't know my own game. And I'm the only person in the dev team that could answer that question anyway, so... Kinda sad.
Well, it's also not your native language. Although,
no, it's just the fact that there's so much content right now that I'm losing, you know, it's quite a big game to keep everything in mind, right?
Yep.
And because because I have to balance the whole game, and it's not that I can put in, people balancing some part of it. Wait a second, my whole face is in fur right now because the cat came in. Give me a moment.
I'm not gonna make it to the end of this. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna die, but there's just too many dudes right here.
No fucking ammo. Reload.
I was gonna try and stealth through them, but yeah, not making it.
You know what? I'll take a quick break and get myself another coffee.
Alrighty.
And go to the restroom and get my face washed from all this cat fur. Yep, you.
And I will demolish this level.
Okay, be right back.
Maybe a 40k mod with Latin language pack could be a joke eventually. I don't know. I'm pro mod support, but I think it's... He is right when he says that there isn't enough people playing the game. And a game like this, it's not like RimWorld, right? Where a mod can be a super simple thing because of the game's visuals and the fact that it's like there's some real concerns right now with the Dwarf Fortress community that Dwarf Fortress is going to become harder to mod with premium because everything will need a sprite instead of just like, oh, you can just have a slightly different shade of orange and that can be your mod for the capital A, right? Like, you can add like 800 creatures to Dwarf Fortress by just tweaking colors slightly. Whereas like with a game like this, you have to make a fully 3D model, and unless you're like Bethesda big, very few people are going to make mods. And there's not going to be enough mods that it's really worth development time, which sucks. But I do kind of see where he's coming from. Makes me sad, but I get it. What else did we get on that? Fire resistant and Swift. I'll gladly take Swift. You know, also he comments on the fact that I'm not as, what's the word? I'm not as, kind of lost my train of thought there for some reason. Oh, sorry, that I'm not as OP as I was in the last run, but he wasn't here when I was just, like, damn near dying on every corner. Like, I'm not playing an OP build this time. It's like, yeah, because I, like, almost died in, like, 3 horrible ways and used all my med kits super early in the last run. Carry those red cards. Also, thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in and hanging out today. You know, it's good to have a nice crowd here for Jupiter Hell things. Squishy? What? Oh, actually, I see where I'm missing. There's a bottom corner of the map. I was looking for... Thought that I'd missed.
And back.
Welcome back.
Got my fresh full coffee of the day. Each time we do these developer streams, I realize how much I miss streaming. I just stopped at some point and never came back to it because there's always so much work that I thought that, okay, I'll do it next week, and well, a holy almost 2 years flew by.
I'll be back next week, 2 years later.
Yeah, hey, anyone in chat who follows me, and especially you, Blindy, poke me every week when stream. Because, you know, I know that once I do it at least once, each next one will be much easier to plan.
Delete that. There we go. I didn't hit tab hard enough to autocorrect it. Alright. But, yeah, no, I can start harassing you to stream. That is
yeah, I totally give everybody a green light to harass me over not streaming.
All right, everybody. So, chat, I need somebody to program a bot that just makes Twitter accounts DM him once a month, or Discord accounts, either or. So he just gets like 150 DMs every Sunday at midnight saying, stream!
Or a different thing. Each time I type in your channel, the Calcium Crypt asks when stream.
Just give you a sound command that just so that when you tune in, like a notable voice just like pops up on the thing and just says stream. Or maybe I could like clip your voice out of this stream that just says when stream.
It's really fun, and I really fucking enjoy it.
It's a fun gig.
And-
I'll say that much. Off to Anomaly.
Getting under my skin.
Especially that now, well, initially I'll be streaming Jupiter Hell Development, but later I hope to start streaming the new stuff, right?
The game gave me an auto amp. I'm not impressed. I'll pick it up because no reason not to. Please level up.
Are you going to die here?
No. Why would I die?
You don't have a shotgun.
And your point is what? I do have gun kata though.
Oh
And
yeah,
s-
so
and
that
stealth.
helps a lot. That
And
helps
also-
actually a lot.
Bunch of med kits. I have 3 small med kits. Also a gas grenade, which I'm going to use right now so I can reload. That's the actual issue, is reloading. Actually, maybe instead of reloading, I should just pick up this deagle that's behind me.
That's New York style reload.
What, throw out a poison cloud?
No, reloading by picking up a new gun.
Well, also
New
that was
York,
an easy anomaly. What?
The Angel of New York Reload is actually based around this idea that New York Reload is basically when those guys in the movies, they shoot, 2 guns and then they throw them away and pull out 2 new guns instead of reloading.
Huh.
And a friend of mine, unfortunately deceased, told me about that this is called New York Reload.
Yeah, I've never heard that before, but I'm also not from New York, so I'd believe it. It's certainly a trope.
Well, he was ex-army, so I believe him.
Okay, yeah, I would believe anybody who's been in the military when it comes to military-related gun things. Also, am I gonna die? I didn't even need a med kit.
Is Sean Bean going to make it out of Callisto?
Currently, yeah, actually. I'd be kind of shocked if I die here. I'm pretty...
Have you read the changed description of Gankata, or at least the patch notes about Gankata? Because
I read
it
the
might
patch
work a
notes,
little
but that
bit
was
differently.
yesterday, so I will pop it up right now and take a look, unless you want to tell me.
No, basically it's the fact that it doesn't shoot on vision range. It takes into account specifically the optimal range of the guns, and if you auto-calibrate them, it also... only the optimal range of the guns themselves is counted.
Huh.
So optimal range bonuses from skills don't count. And it only shoots the guns if you're within optimal range. Some people started using a strategy to reduce usage of ammo by holding one SMG and one gun.
I also only just noticed the little circle that appears around them. Is that the optimal range indicator or something? Did I just lose you, or are you still there? I think I maybe just lost you. You kind of like skyrocketed into space. Now it's quiet. Oh, the internet. So now, for reference, if it's not obvious, chat room, whenever I move, I fire. Ouch. Go invisible. Where are you? Pick that up. Let's kill you. Back up. Reload again. Well, it doesn't seem like I'm the one that went offline, so that's good. Yeah, there's a circle here. I'll wait until it pops up again. Because it's pretty fucking obvious, especially... Not so much on the robots, but definitely on the human and zombie enemies. You went mute, Epion. Like, you roboticized and then, like, just vaporized when you were talking about optimal range. So I'm not sure what caused it, but something did. But yeah, maybe try like leaving and rejoining the call. I hope the cat didn't bite through the mic cord. He's rejoining the call now and I still don't hear you. Just walk away from these guys. See if I can get that circle to appear. Yeah, that's the circle I'm talking about. That little circle, you see? On this this guy right here. Cats are demons sometimes, so it fits. It seems like it, yeah. But yeah, I see 2 separate circles. So I would assume that that would indicate the optimal range, because they don't seem to shoot until the circles appear, so. That is neat. Bang. Through there. Yeah, so enemies that are further away, like, that won't pop up until they're close. I don't like the deagle. I need to get rid of the deagle. Like, as soon as like, maybe even right now. Deagles are nice, but just, it's like the last weapon I want to use. Okay. Gives you bonus optimal range. I would also think that Eagle Eye would also be really useful with this now because of the max distance plus range. Alright, let's reload that. And that would have been nice. Just the drum launcher. I mean, maybe if I can level up, I can get an extra spot. Oh, they don't work on gun kata. Well, okay.
That's better.
I didn't see the chair. You think it's a Discord issue? Do you, down under the voice connected thing down on the bottom left of Discord, is it red or green? You try and turning, you know, ironically that has worked with Discord before. I mean, I have some really bizarre Discord issues, so. .9mm calibrated is the best gun for gun kata. Seems that way, yeah. Connecting / disconnected. That does sound like a Discord issue. Let's just start the call over. Let's see if that does it. Testing.
1, 2, 3. Okay, now I can hear again.
Loud and clear. Interesting. Weird.
Yep.
Because you started the call originally, right? I wonder if it's a, because it starts the call based on the person, or the person who starts the call is the region that it uses. I wonder if there's like a problem with Discord's European server.
Oh yeah, that might be the
So now we'd be
reason.
in. Now
Wait a
we'd
second,
be
I
in
need to
East.
silence the video now because I've got dual.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Now good.
Yeah, double audio. That's no bueno.
Yeah, probably something with the European server then. But this was a good call. That the fact that the person calling that if you switch the person's calling, that you change the servers. That's a good call.
It's almost like I, host multiple podcasts and a lot of interviews via Discord, and I've had to deal with some weird problems in the past. But we just got a 9mm calibrated, which is lovely. Fuck this combat pistol.
Yeah, 9mm calibrated goes really well right now with the new gun kata because it has a really good optimal range.
Yeah, because we were just theorizing that in chat while the audio issues were happening. There's also a toxin rifle on the ground, and I need 70 XP to level up. Fuck. That hurts. I want that so bad. You know,
It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I mean, it has been buffed, but I don't think it's worth it.
Well,
on a gun kata run.
Yeah, I mean, what I need is I need a shotgun or some sort of close range thing to swap to.
No, actually, close range right now you're a beast with gun kata.
And I'm trying to think, like, what alternative thing do I need? Because there's always something that I need.
Long range, probably some kind of long range weapon for kiting. Yeah, actually, toxin rifle.
either the toxin rifle, like I was just saying, or this drum
or a grenade launcher.
Because there's a drum launcher right here. So,
drum launcher is probably still OP if you keep it fed.
Well, since I'm about to level up, I'm gonna take the drum launcher and the 9mm calibrated. I'm gonna go to the next floor. I'm gonna level up, and then I'm gonna swap for the next decent pistol that I find. I think that's my strat.
Yeah, just keep the calibrated. The calibrated is good.
Yeah, I need the calibrated. Definitely need the calibrated. All right, is there any rooms I'm missing here?
Decisions. Haha. Game is simple. You just go forward and shoot. That really pisses me off.
I think somebody just described Arma.
Actually, somebody just described 90% of the games out in the market.
Yeah, it's like, isn't that like...
There's a working dropship here.
It's just like the classic line from that one Kotaku article, I'm just pressing buttons and my life has no meaning. It's just like, well, then I don't know, get a better life. Oh, I see, I can dump the 44, I don't need that.
1 second. I just realized I didn't... I'm still going to be on voice for an hour or so, if that's okay with you.
Yep, that's fine for me.
Okay, so I'll tweet about it. Drop by.
First neat gun that is a pistol gets picked up, because I now have a free slot. Although this 9mm calibrated is going to do just fine by itself for this floor, I think. With the OP as fuck drum launcher as an alt fire. That's a room. Yeah. Back up.
Okay. Sorry if you heard my keyboard. My keyboard is extremely loud.
Doesn't pick up at all. Believe it or not.
Good. Actually good.
Although Jack can probably hear my keyboards, so...
Yeah, I have this thing for loud keyboards, but I think with the one that I have at home with the new green switches by Razer, I actually overdid it, and it's extremely loud. It sounds like a literal typing machine.
Well, if you get complaints from your neighbors, you know you have a loud enough keyboard.
Not while I'm drinking coffee, please. Yeah, if you have complaints from your neighbor, your keyboard might be too loud.
There was a member of my chat for a bit who had a Blue Switches keyboard, and he moved into a new apartment, and the first night got the "what the hell is that clicking sound" sign on his door. It's just like, oh no, this is bad. This
is going to be bad.
This is going to be a bad apartment. He didn't live there very long.
I don't see shit to pick up.
Well, yeah, but was that the U.S.?
Yeah. Well, no, Canada. Ontario? Question mark?
I don't know what's the way they build flats in the U.S., but basically, the one thing I remember from the US is the fact that those walls are like cardboard, basically. You know, there's a funny story here. When I was young, I watched, you know, those movies about America or set in America, and one of those movies was The Terminator, right? And you had this scene when somebody throws somebody through the wall.
Yeah.
And it was like so epic. I thought like, wow, that's some strength of throwing somebody through the wall. It only took me living in the States when I finally understood that in America, you can basically throw a person through the wall anyway.
Almost. The thing, this is like, I guess maybe the difference between like a Western mindset and like an Eastern Europe mindset, because like there is no like standard for our buildings, right? Like it's just, it's the people who built it. So it depends on how much money they had and if they made a fancy building or not. Nice building, like my building, the only time I hear things from my neighbors is when the children upstairs are literally screaming, or if the TV up there is turned all the way up to the max. But
yeah, so this is what I'm used to as regular buildings, right?
Yeah, that's
so it was kind of
like
shock for me in America.
That's my building. But like the first building I lived in, I could hear my neighbors talking because that was a cheap building. So it depends on like how much money the people who made your building had when they made your building. So
and there's a
varies.
Especially in my own city here, there's a lot of, you know, old buildings, and those things have walls that you could basically kill somebody in the other room with a gun, and you wouldn't hear it from the other side.
Okay, that
because those are like
that in comment I do in chat I do hear. I hear when my neighbors flush the toilet because there's pipes in the wall right next to me. So like I'm gonna turn my camera on for a second. This wall, there's pipes in this wall. So when the people up there flush their toilet, it goes through this wall. So I can, yeah, I hear when my neighbors flush the toilet and when they do that sort of stuff. But outside of that, I don't hear anything. Which I can deal with some water running every so often. It's not a biggie. It's more.
Yeah,
the
same way I hear neighbors from the top taking a shower, but only if I'm in the restroom.
Okay, that's not so bad.
But yeah, that's not so bad.
It really depends on like where in the country you are and like how nice your building is. If you live in a crappy building, you're fucked. You might as well be in Japan, where their walls are actually just made of paper for some reason.
Yeah, but this was really a culture shock with that throwing somebody through the wall. Like, it completely didn't understand it.
I'm just gonna go grab just a normal ass. Well, I guess I get the versus robotic enemies perk.
If you would have enough strength to actually throw somebody through a wall in Poland, you would probably make a painting on the wall instead of throwing him through that wall.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think they would just die hitting the wall at
Exactly.
that point. I'm trying to figure out if it's even worth using the two guns. I'm just gonna trigger the damage every time.
I don't know. Oh, it's a calibrated, so it's piercing. Yeah, it might trigger.
Also, banana.
Well, I'm doing.
And it's
32
Valsec
damage.
piercing. Actually, you're doing really good damage against bots with the calibrated.
Yeah, it's just I'm going to be triggering his thing all the time. This one won't, but the other one will. So.
Redeemer, as in Warframe Redeemer.
It's probably what he's asking about because it's cooler. Cooler, thank you very much for the 52nd month, or to whomever gifted you the sub. Can't remember who did.
Yeah, Redeemer was one of my favorite guns in Warframe.
Yeah,
Did I mention that I'm going to add it?
You're adding the Redeemer from Warframe. Well, there you go. You've heard it here first, Cooler.
No. But actually, yeah, it might work. I really want to add some kind of, hybrid weapon, because, every ranged weapon has a melee attack anyway. So I can totally see myself adding a unique or exotic that actually has non-trivial melee damage if used in melee, right?
Fucker.
You might... It's the Sean Bean curse. You might actually die.
That's good shit right there.
If I move, will I kill him? Actually, I should just hit the shoot button, shouldn't I?
I have no idea because I'm about
All right, we're
5
good.
seconds late.
We're good.
Oh, that's the good shit right there.
Oh, that was a spoiler. I was still looking at it.
Sorry, no, that was more just me panicking.
Rest in pieces, chuckle fucks.
Yeah, the Redeemer is a gunblade.
I'm still waiting for a gun's like a chainsword gun, or like a gun with like a stabby thing at the end. I want a melee ranged weapon. Also, investments are open for anybody who cares. About a year ago when Epion was in This is true. Cooler. This is true. Most likely. I don't know. I forget these things. Also, I wouldn't know what Redeemer was in the first place, so.
Yeah, but truth to be told, I need to have some kind of real talk right now. I need to have a point in which I stop adding features to Jupiter Hell, because the sad truth is that with a game like this, adding to investing too much time right now into the game is the things that I add right now into the game are going to reach a very small audience compared to like what the initial release of Jupiter Hell reached. So any kind of features that could change the game significantly need to be moved into a sequel. That's the unfortunate reality of working on a commercial game as opposed to a free roguelike, which you can, which you can work on indefinitely.
Well, it's also like the difference between working on a commercial product and a hobby project. Because that's what most free roguelikes are, is hobby projects. With the exception,
in a sense, but it's more about the fact that this game is not going to be revisited, basically, by too many people, and its audience is kind of limited, and we still want to. Okay, there's still a chance that if we make a sequel to it and add significant major feature updates to that sequel, we will reach a significantly larger audience with it, right?
Yeah.
And this is not something we can reach by just working on this current iteration.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I don't know. I guess it's just like I don't really see the difference between the situation that you're facing and working on a free game, because I think it's just your potential for new audience at this point is limited, because the people that have bought it, and the people that haven't bought it yet either A, don't know that it exists, or B, already know it exists and don't want it, right? So it's like you're kind of in this tricky position where you could release an expansion pack, but like beyond that, it's like to get people to notice a thing on a paid storefront, that's just not how hype cycles work. But I think with a free game, you run into the same problem where you have a much smaller audience, but instead of worrying about the fact that you have a much smaller audience, you just hit that small audience, and that's the only audience that you need to appeal to. But when you're working on a commercial product, you have to pay bills. And that just serving that small audience doesn't pay bills. So I think you're currently at a point where you're essentially updating or getting essentially the same audience scale that you would from a free roguelike, period. But you need to be selling copies to pay bills to be able to keep up.
Exactly, because it's not a I work on it, but the people that actually enjoy playing it, for whom this work is mostly done, are already customers that already paid for the game, right?
Yeah.
So this model isn't sustainable on the long run.
Yeah, it sucks.
Unfortunately.
It sucks, but I hope that the game gets some format of mod support before then, and like, even though there isn't much of an audience right now that will necessarily mod it, I think just the option being there for someone out there to mod it would be more than enough.
Well, I wanted to add the option because obviously if we are we need to figure out how we want to do modding anyway going forward into the next game. So.
Yeah. I'm just interested now because, like, I think this is maybe the first time that I've heard that you utter the words Jupiter Hell sequel. I think I need to just say it. Like, I kind of thought you were joking initially, and now I'm starting to realize, oh god, he's serious.
Well, I didn't say anything. Forget that I said that.
Well, I mean, it is the first time I'm hearing of it, so. I'm gonna go pick up all this ammo.
But yeah, I also want to manage expectations. Like, procedural destruction is not going to get implemented in Jupiter Hell, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Let's rip off the band-aid and say it, because right now it's commercially unviable to invest so much work into a feature that, you know, procedural destruction would be that feature that could sell the game to people that are not already roguelike fans, and implementing it to a game that's after its, you know, visibility life cycle is unfortunately commercially unviable. So this is something that we need to leave for a potential sequel.
Yeah.
Modding is viable because it's something that, well, I need to figure out anyway. I know I want to keep the game in a state that's easily maintainable. So, so yeah, that will go in. Are there any other features that were? I still want to do the ASCII thing because that's a gimmick anyway, and it's not going to sell us copies with the sequel anyway. So ASCII is still planned.
The ASCII thing is one of those, like, oh, the small audience that are playing the game already are the only people that would actually care about that.
Yeah, exactly. But it was a promise, and I keep my promises. As mentioned before, I burned a lot of money to get Max Sport, which never was financially viable anyway. So yeah, it's a question of having promised that. So, and I still want to.
I was just gonna say that procedural destruction was a backer goal or a stretch goal or whatever the word is, which wasn't reached the first time. So
yeah, so I don't have any obligation to actually implement it.
Yeah.
I do want to add the female protagonist still. I just hope it all works out. But it's fairly significant amount of asset work and obviously paying for the voice, but we still want to pull it off before we ship the first console version.
No, Narkuski, when you say manages it, do you mean like financially, or do you mean like... Because, like, I think the difference between Cogmind and Jupiter Hell is if Cogmind needs money, Cogmind 1.0, right? We're past 1.0 with Jupiter Hell. Cogmind is still in early access, right? So if Josh G ends up in a situation where he desperately needs money, he could just release the game in a air quote. Like, Cogmind could release as 1.0 right now and nobody would blink. But that is your sales influx. This game has had that now. Like, it's past that point.
Yeah, we had to do that decision anyway because we were running out of money.
I think you'd ran out of money for a while, it almost seemed like, based on your discussion.
Unfortunately, like recently, I also was a little bit scared because it turned out that we're still burning more money than we're making off Jupiter Hell, and we burned the initial influx of the 1.0. We're about 80 to 90% of the costs of the company are covered by the sales of Jupiter Hell, which unfortunately still means that we're still burning money. So when I did some calculations a month ago, it turned out that we're going to run out of money in 3 or 4 months. Fortunately, I made some mistakes in calculations, and we have like 6 months, and hopefully in those 6 months we'll get to the point where I'll be able to say that the first console release will be in X months, and once we do that, we'll probably get some extra funding for the console version. And once the console version comes out, I really hope that we'll get to the point where we're, getting more money than we're burning.
I have a pitch for you, which is about 30% a joke. Jupiter Hell Survivors. Okay, you make it real time. You make it a twin stick shooter. It's always gun kata, so he automatically fires at everything. You put it in the arena mode, you shove it out on Steam, and you charge $3 for it. I know another roguelike developer who literally is doing that right now with his game, which is the guy who's working on Dead Zoned. He literally just like took all of his old assets and is making one of those. He put up a blog post. He's like, I'm taking 3 weeks off to make one of these things because everybody buys them for some fucking reason. So,
I don't know if I could do that and watch myself in the mirror.
I'm just saying, like, make a joke out of it. Have fun with it. Just saying, if it pays your guys' bills, I think it's probably worth it. Even if it only pays your bills for like a month.
The truth is also that to remake the game into something that works well in real time, well, that's kind of significant amount of things that would need to be added. I mean, to handle collision, to handle movement, to handle input in a way that's not laggy. Yeah, that there are some different how do you call it? Challenges related to that. So it's not so easy because this engine is written with turn-based games in mind, right? I do want to actually add in an option to be able to create something that's real-time on it, but it's not the basic objective, and we're not ready for that. So it wouldn't be as fast as people suspect it would.
Sad. Well, here's an even worse option, and this one would make you not be able to look at yourself in the mirror. Get a free Unity license. Just cram all the assets in.
Yeah, that won't. The problem is there are no animations that we could import.
Good news. We got Asterius. So we get to go through the zone that you want me to go through. Interesting. Oh, there's a lab. Med bay. But yeah, I don't know. That's sad to hear. But kind of a future question. Would future sequels to this be published by Hyperstrange? And I'm not just asking that because they pay me to stream on their Twitch channel.
Quite possibly. I mean, I can tell without spoiling any NDAs. I'm extremely happy with the way they handled Jupiter Hell. I'm extremely happy with them as a publisher, and I'm pretty sure that I'm going to at least give them the how do you call it, the priority in terms of publishing my next game, whatever it would be.
Gotcha.
Like, I'm not going to search for a publisher unless they give me a deal that I'll consider basically bad, right?
Yeah. Just looking around for loot now because everything's dead.
Which, considering all the horror stories you can read on the internet about indies and their publishers, is not a default situation.
You mean every story you read about indies and their publishers?
Yeah, I'm constantly pissed by the fact that when I read like somewhere on Reddit on game dev or something, like indies write as a suggestion to other indies that you should not go with a publisher. And I kind of understand because, there are so many deals that can really fuck you up. But the truth is, if I wouldn't go with Hyperstrange, we probably would. If I wouldn't go with a publisher, with Jupiter Hell, we probably would have to close down after release. That's pretty sure for me. Like the extra stuff that they did, the extra visibility that I got from them, helped put us into a place that we can actually go forward instead of having to call it a day and say, yeah, that's it. That's all, folks, right?
Yeah, it's painful to think about. So chat's asking if they should spoil this zone. You're welcome to spoil it a little bit just to point me in the right direction, but I'd prefer
Watch
you don't.
it. I'll just say, remember Mimir. Remember
okay,
what
so
you had
stare
to do
at the
in
names
Mimir.
of robots, then, is what you're telling me.
Do you have some multi-tools?
I have 4. according to
Okay,
his.
that will be enough.
Carrying too much shit.
Oh, I'm carrying too much shit, apparently. I've just been informed. Too many grenades.
There's not such a thing as too many grenades.
So, I'm seeing an Astrotech sentry. Is that the thing that I need?
Yep, that's the thing you need.
That's in an awkward position.
Very awkward.
Also, I'm listening to the music in this room because I think it's new.
It is. You're on Gonkada! Oh, fuck. This will be ridiculous.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying this is going to be really awkward. Have you heard of the YouTube channel that has a show called Bad Gear?
Nope.
Okay, there's a synthesizer YouTuber named Audio Please that has a show called Bad Gear, and the synth sound in the background of this sounds very similar to their intro. Not like bad similar, but like it's like, huh, that almost sounds like that. So I guess I can wait for them to open the door and then just hope it doesn't kill it.
You can always switch to your third pistol and turn
Drum
off
launcher,
Gankada that way. Or drum launcher, yeah.
Yeah.
Or just, if
And
you
then I
select
think-
the third weapon, then you won't be dual wielding.
All right, so I hack you. Ow.
And it will immediately die because there are so many enemies.
Am I gonna die though?
You might.
I could use the stim and then crack grenade maybe?
No, do I remember correctly that you said that there was not enough challenge in the new mechanics?
Well, it's not that it's there. Actually, I'm invisible as of now, so we're good.
And the sentry's dead.
I hacked it though, but
That doesn't
I'm sure
count.
it was too late.
You needed it.
Gotcha. Actually, I think I blew it up, but with the crack grenade.
That's the good shit right there. Reload, damn it.
Just try to have at least one of those. I think you've got 3 levels of Asterius Habitat. Just try to hack and
Unless
save
I'm
one
just
of those.
dead right now, even.
You might be dead, yeah.
Just do that. That was
I'm
annoying.
behind. So.
It was just a very unfortunate spawn.
Oh, damn it!
It was just a very unfortunate spawn. It was in like the worst possible spot. It's like a room full of shit. It's like, well,
But to be fair, Asterius is probably right now the most challenging mechanic.
I also need new armor. So, like, that's the actual issue here. I feel like remote hack is almost necessary for this.
The remote hack makes it a lot easier, but note the fact that the moment that you hack the sentry, it becomes an enemy to everybody else.
Yeah, so if it's in a room full of
So-
shit, you're just screwed, basically.
So if it's not alone, it will most probably die.
Well, at least I refreshed my armor just now, so. Yeah, that kind of... The character model for it looks cool, though. Even though I didn't get to see it for very long.
It's actually the same sentry, just made larger and with
Oh.
a different texture.
You embiggened it. Classic.
Like,
Hmm?
wait a second, because I'm trying to figure out what Avocado wants here.
Out of ammo.
Okay,
Reload.
no. The male cat is named Avocado. If
just-
somebody understands the reference, you're cool.
I know what an avocado is, but I don't get the reference.
It's avocado with a C.
Oh, okay. I mean, Avocado is spelt with a C, at least here.
I mean with a T, sorry.
Oh,
with a T
avocado.
instead of a D.
Okay, yeah, I getcha.
Yep, somebody got the reference. Good.
Final space. I don't get the reference, but that's what this stream's been, is just Blind doesn't get the reference, which is actually rare. Normally, I'm the one who has all the references. Like, I'll quote almost anything around my friends, and they'll just look at me like I'm an idiot, and I'm just like, come on.
But it's also a case of promising things, because when I was watching Final Space, I never planned to have a cat, but I wrote on Twitter that if I'll ever have a cat, I'll name him Avocado. So I kind of had to follow that up when I finally got a cat. My word is my life. Even when it comes to small shit like this.
And Twitter?
And Twitter.
Well, I mean, you haven't added your favorite Warframe gun to the game yet, so it's not that
I didn't
true.
say it was. I didn't say I was going to add it precisely in this. I said I was going to add it at all. So if I add it in the sequel, and I probably will, yeah, it will still count.
Now I just want to start grilling you about sequel, but I feel like that's mean.
Yeah, we're not talking about the sequel.
It's not currently the plan, no.
No, especially that it's definitely not going to be the next game.
Yeah, well, I mean, next game is Aliens, I think.
Quite probably.
Well,
Quite probably.
Unless you go down that weird first-person dungeon crawler route.
No, there's an option that I might do something smaller instead of Aliens RL while working on Aliens RL. That's the current option, right?
You mean Jupiter Hell Survivors?
No, I don't know, but I was thinking actually about a 2D roguelike, a 2D fantasy roguelike, a small thing, like very self-contained.
Huh.
But who knows?
With fancy, eye-catchy pixel art?
Something like that. You know, to pay the bills for the rest of the games.
Yeah, just put a farming mechanic in there and you're done.
Yeah, and meta progression, right?
You don't need meta progression, just put a farming mechanic in.
I also had an idea of making a free roguelike for mobile and put in one microtransaction. A single small microtransaction for $1.
Okay.
I died. I want to live again.
Oh, you mean like a continue?
Yes.
I feel like that would probably do quite well. Like, that makes me angry thinking about it, but
no, but think about it this way: from a point of view of a traditional roguelike player, the mechanics are permadeath, and you get a free roguelike. If you're a casual player that doesn't like, roguelikes with permadeath, you have a paid game. But for everybody that is a true roguelike fan, the game is free because, and here's the most important part, it would be totally balanced around permadeath. So it would be balanced in a way that every death that you would have would be your fucking fault. And as long as it would be balanced that way and not just, kill you... Okay, I would suggest... Can I have a suggestion?
I'm gonna go put him in the entrance. What are you suggesting?
Tell him to follow and put him somewhere safe.
Yeah, I'm literally just gonna go put him up by the exit, actually.
Yeah, I see people in chat get it. First coin is free.
Or maybe like you
Especially then on mobile, you're basically you cannot release a game that's paid anyway, so it has to be free.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to think of like what you could do, because you could also have like a thing where if you get a win, you get a free coin. And maybe you could sell
the point is to have the game perfectly designed around permadeath. It's basically a traditional roguelike dungeon crawler for free. But if you're a money person, you can actually, cheat the game by cheating death, right?
I'm really curious about how Shattered Pixel Dungeon does its monetization on mobile, because I've only played the PC port.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting question.
I don't actually know how that game, because the
Isn't
PC...
it ad-based and you can pay for a non-ad-based version?
Oh,
Isn't it like that? Because that's typical for mobile games of the like of Pixel Dungeon.
It might be that simple. I don't know. I have it installed, but I've never actually opened it on my phone because
I'm not a mobile gamer, definitely.
Yeah, I installed it while I was in hospital in 2020 alongside of a couple of other phone games, and I ended up just watching Netflix. Although I did play a rather hefty chunk of Sproggywood, which is very good and doesn't get enough talk. That level up made me think I died just now.
Sorry.
That's fine. Not as bad as Caves of Cuds.
Junk.
All right. A toxic aura, which I'm going to ignore. Pixel Dungeon or Shattered Pixel Dungeon, but you don't remember any monetization in there? Even open sourced it when he finished it? But it's literally said, hold on, let me look right now. I'm gonna go open up my phone. I'm pretty sure it says in-game purchases, like on the game. Shattered Pixel Dungeon. Like, I know it's open source. Includes in-app purchases. So I don't have it installed right now, and I'm not going to, but it could be, but it includes in-app purchases, at least according to the game page. Just open up this vault. Just have to remember to go back and get the stupid robot. All right.
Yeah, don't leave without your friend.
Yeah. Well, we just got a better rocket launcher too. No more drum launcher. We got
Where
the.
was CCB?
I need to look because I don't know. I was just thinking.
Wait a second. Why is it CCB and Asterius? I might have fucked something up.
I think I found a game-breaking bug. It's Biolabs.
Yeah, it's from Biolabs.
Are they all that way?
Take a look at the other weapons if they
Yep.
are also CCB.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they are.
Oh crap!
Is that a game-breaking bug?
No, I don't think so. But Asterius had its own. Yeah, AT.
It's
I
probably
messed up.
Probably like one line of code, realistically.
No, I think I copied the code to apply the manufacturer from Asterius to Connemara Biolabs, and then I actually changed not the one that I copied, but the one that was in Asterius. So probably I wouldn't be surprised if in Connemara Chaos you got the AT weapons.
That's kind of funny.
Oh crap! Oh well. I'm on
I'm an
vacation.
idiot. You'll see why in a second.
Oh fuck!
I had the wrong weapon equipped. I was just walking around with it, like not even thinking about it. I'm like, I'm just gonna sneak up to this guy and stealth kill him. Nope.
Well, you can't blame me for that death.
No, I blame Sean Bean.
Who needs light anyway?
I mean, me apparently. Oh man. Well.
Such a stupid death.
Can I blame distracted driving?
Yeah, you can blame distracted driving.
Oy vey.
So you were talking about the fact that now you can do hard runs, right?
Well, yeah, no,
And last time you were doing medium.
No, I mean, like a year ago at this time, I couldn't beat the game consistently on medium, and now I beat it consistently.
Yeah,
on
that's
hard.
true. That's true. You improved a lot.
I'm a lot
Especially the game
better at the game.
became harder during that time, so that counts as double.
I mean, I could probably like no brain my way through easy on version 1.0 or like the original launch version, whatever version that was at this point. You installed and opened Shattered to check. It has a support the game button, which allows you to buy a few cosmetic features. All right. Okay. Sure. Fair enough.
Makes sense.
So we need a name that's not Sean Bean. I know that that's like a hard request to make, but I need a name that's not Sean Bean, chat. Well, I mean, Bean Sean. Sure.
You've been Sean.
I'm not Sean anymore. Tim? That's definitely not Sean Bean. How about Timmy, all caps, with an H?
What the hell happened here?
Wobot Tamer? Well, so I'm not going Gunkata again, because that makes that level very difficult on the off chance. So I'm thinking about just going Infiltrator. Just running down the hacker tree. And then going Ghost Infiltrator.
Good idea.
I think
like
that's
it.
I think that's what I'm gonna do. Because that seems like now that I know what I need to do for that zone, that seems like the much smarter way to do it. Much smarter.
Here we see that it won't generate.
Yeah, I won't get it.
Hey,
That's
you want to? If you really want, you can start spawn until you actually get it generated.
How would I know?
I can check the seed.
Oh, well, check the seed. Tell me. In that case.
Well, I can tell you if you're going to, but I don't see the seed because the vision is zoomed in. Your visuals are somehow messed up, or the stream, or is it just on my end? Let me reload the stream.
I was gonna say if
everything is okay.
I was gonna say you had me
end.
worried for a moment there.
Firefox just kind of randomly sometimes zooms in the stream. I don't know why.
That's not good.
Okay, I'll take the seed and tell you if Asterius actually appears here. Wait a second. How did I do that?
Now that's something we need mod support for, so someone can make a seed checker site. Although that would also be the exact same time that you remove the seed from the game's menu.
No, the truth is that you can actually, if you would have access to the code, you could make a site that would tell you what exact branches will generate on a given seed. I think I saw for a different game such a feature that it had a site that you would put in your seed, and it would tell you things about the game that you're going to get. What was that game?
Noida has randomly generated potions, and the recipes change every time, as well as some locations change. And there's a site where you take your save file and you plop your save file in there, and it tells you how to make your potions.
Well, that's downright cheating.
I mean, so would like seeing if a certain zone's gonna spawn.
Well, yeah-ish.
But anyway, I will wait. Let me know. Or I can just power through and I'll just restart. It's fine either way. Do you need another gun?
Wait, you're...
More firepower.
You're on Hard Scout.
Hard Scout, yes.
Usually it doesn't matter, but... Okay, let's take a look at your layout. Yep, you got Asterius.
Okay, so just don't die. Don't be a Sean Bean. Be a Timmy.
Don't... Exactly.
Splat.
Interesting. I know what will happen.
Yeah, you can tell the future. You're an oracle.
I can. Right now, I'm the perfect oracle.
I'm kind of surprised that you don't just sit there and do that all the time. When whenever there's people streaming this, just like look up what's gonna happen, because I would absolutely do that.
On the next level, you're going to.
It's like,
there's not much funny things that you can foresee except the branches and stuff like that. I can foresee what will be in a box before you open it, right? Because the boxes are totally seed based.
How about enemy spawns?
Yeah, I mean everything is completely deterministic by seed, so yeah.
Huh.
I know everything. I am the oracle. I have foreseen this. It has been foreseen.
that really makes me want to be able to put my own like custom seeds in. Hey, Orange, thanks for the $1. Cheers, mate.
Hey, Orange. Hey, Stone.
Who I might actually get to hang out with next week. Orange specifically. Because I'm going to Quebec. Just gonna vanish off the face of the earth for 6 days.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now, to be honest.
Currently, you're doing like the opposite of vanishing. I would say that you're like
Yeah,
spot
this is the last thing that I like. I had this moment. Shall I go? You know, fetch my headphones or not? But it was like this is the last thing that I promised to do, and after that, it's like I don't give a fuck about anything for a week.
Yep.
So let's do that last thing properly. Also, I had a ulterior motive to getting those headphones anyway, so don't feel bad that I went all the way just for the stream.
Well, I mean,
There's an ulterior motive that I decided that it's high time to advance my gaming skills, and for the first time ever, I'll probably be doing a dungeon or a raid in Destiny.
ooh.
And I need headphones for that anyway, so. That is, if I find people in some random group that are willing to do that. It sucks.
Online
I have no
video
gaming
games.
friends.
All right, so do I go Habitat or Valhalla?
If you're going Infiltrator, actually both are good.
Either are good, doesn't matter.
Which is the more funny one? Valhalla is the funny one, right?
Valhalla's the one I can kill the whole room with one button, yes. Assuming, well, I mean, I took Hellrunner first. I think I might need to take Hacker first.
Well, your choice. Both are okay.
Let's go Valhalla. Although for Valhalla, I need a card, or not a card, a multi-tool to get in the door. But that's fine. And I also get to see what this supposed directions thing that you say is at Callisto Hub.
Hey, Belliner.
Also, hi Bell. Did you stream today? I didn't. I've been like not looking at what anybody's been doing today.
That takes care of this area.
Yay! I actually have armor now.
Up.
You're doing all the demos. Anything stand out? Anything cool? I'm currently chatting with Epion, who's made this game. You probably know that because of how much I yell about that. But that's currently who the second voice is.
Hello there. Or actually, hello there.
Wow, I didn't get armor until after every enemy was dead, and then I immediately find a second chest that also has armor. Great.
Yeah, it always Orange. It always makes me laugh when in Discord somebody writes when I write with people. Somebody writes something, I write something, and then suddenly somebody writes, "Yeah, they added it the last update," and I'm like, "Who are they?"
They?
Who are they?
Psycho Mantis, clearly.
No, there are two things in that, right? Because I'm the only person that actually works on the design or adding stuff, right? But the other funny thing is, I'm like literally in this conversation, and he's writing they.
Yeah. Shadowy Kabbalah. Yeah, you and all of your clones, absolutely.
There's a joke in Adam, if I remember correctly. Adam. If I remember correctly, they have those fortune cookies, and those fortune cookies are like, they say that something, or they say that something else, right? They say that the Mad Minstrel something. And there's one fortune cookie which states just, who are they anyway?
Well, they said it. That's all that we do know. The
shadowy cabal of Epions. Which is fitting considering the etymology of the word Epion.
Stuff just keeps exploding. It's a volatile storage.
It's a very volatile storage.
I didn't notice it until I walked into the first room and it exploded in my face. I was like, well.
Orange, unfortunately, I don't have this issue yet.
I, for the entirety of his stream, had somebody convinced that I made Dwarf Fortress, which
Wow.
was pretty funny, because, like, you know, I put out videos with, like, updates about Dwarf Fortress, right? To the point where, like, I say the word update differently now. It's, like, kind of weird. But... Okay, there we go. But to the point where I say the word update differently. And this one person was in my chat, and they're like, oh, you made the game, right? Like, unironically, because they're like, I came from your YouTube channel. You've been doing great work on Dwarf Fortress. I was like, hold on a second. Is this not an English speaker, or is this person who genuinely thinks that I'm Tart Adams? Yeah, it's pretty funny. I, like, ran with it for a solid, like, 15 minutes before someone else spoiled it. It's kind of
Oh, that was so evil.
dang it, chat. Metal Hellsinger was rad. I need to try that, because, yes, that does look fucking rad. Have you seen it, Metal Hellsinger? Because it's got, like, Surge Tankin in it and shit.
Darn IRL. Good ones, though.
We should make a Tarn bot that just posts, like,
Like,
Dwarf Fortress bugs or something.
Yeah, it will procedurally generate bug report
Procedurally
issues.
generates bug report issues. Just takes the entirety of Dwarf Fortress's bug tracker and scrambles them into new bugs.
Yeah, uses a Markov chain generator to spit out new bug reports.
There you go.
That would be even fitting.
I mean, there is that one Twitter account that's just like old Dwarf Fortress bugs, but oh god. I apparently had no ammo. I'm also like running out of bullets. What's the problem? But the one thing that my brain just keeps coming to again and again and again and again now, just because you've like outed the fact that you're considering a sequel for this. If you were to start working on this game now, what would you do differently aside from the, I think, you'd make it pixel art, but like, if you were to like start developing Jupiter Hell right now, what would you have done differently?
Oh, I don't think that there's much things that I would do differently. I mean, there are things that I would plan ahead earlier, which would save me some time, right? But it's not that the game actually is made the way that I wanted to, and there's nothing like... There are no early decisions that I regret.
I mean, that's a benefit, at the very least.
There's just that I want more, right? I want I would want to have a bigger budget to add more stuff, basically.
Yeah, so like all of the constraints and problems that you're having now are just like finances related.
Mm-hmm.
Which one could almost just say is like just a roguelike problem. At least for making real ones, anyway.
That's the good shit right there.
Yeah, but let's stop talking about the sequel.
Okay.
There is no sequel.
Yeah.
There is no sequel.
What minute am I waiting for? Once you get a rhythm going, it's good. Dome Keeper. I didn't like the itch pitch for Dome Keeper, but everybody else seemed to like it, so. My god. 4 guys in that room. What the hell?
Just waiting.
Pretty much. Alright, well now I've got a better rifle now, so that's a benefit. Everything else is at the end of the other hallway at the other end, so. You mean like crappy web game nostalgia, Oswix? That's the only nostalgia it gave me. But played too much Motherload at school? Yeah, I gotcha. Right. I guess the other question is do you know what all of the custom branches are going to be for the next coming patches, or is it still just like or is it something that you kind of come up with as it's going along rather?
More or less, yeah. More or less, I've got the IO stuff figured out. I mean, I might have to cut down 2 branches because I'm not sure whether one of the ideas I have is too ambitious, but we'll see. But you know, the further we go with changing the branches, the kind of the harder it gets. First of all, because there's a limited amount of ideas that that actually fits the game, and the other thing is that the further branches are actually made at a later moment in development, so some of them already have some kind of mechanics. Well, not branch mechanics, but special level mechanics, right?
Yeah, like Dark Cathedral.
So for example, yeah, exactly. So there's a problem of, yeah, Dark Cathedral is a great example because, you know, what to fit into the branch as a mechanic without, you know, destroying what Dark Cathedral already is.
So I have to kind of interrupt you for a second here. Jess, thank you very much for the raid of 108 and hello friends piling in from the raid. So I just got to say real quick, first off, you're going to hear a second voice on here. So there's me. I'm blind. Hi. I'm in the team with Jess, and we host a podcast together and various other things. I hope that you guys all had a fantastic stream, and I hope that people who are here already will go and follow Jess because she's very chill and she plays a variety of indie games, and it's generally a very chill kind of vibey environment. But I'm talking with Epion in chat, who made this video game that we're playing right now, which is Jupiter Hell, science fiction, heavy metal roguelike. So if you have any questions about the game, he's the person to ask. Or if you just want to know more about the game. So that's the other voice that you're going to be hearing in the background. And thank you. And you also have a cat on arms. Well, I think so does Epion, right?
Yeah, it's actually pouring and licking my hand right now, so... Hello, Jess.
But, yeah, so this is Jupiter Hell. We're we've recently started a new run because we were named Sean Bean, and it turns out that was a bad decision.
I told you so.
Yeah, you are correct. You did tell me that
the truth is I actually hard-coded the fact that Sean Bean will always die before IO.
God, that would be awful. Could you imagine that? Like a game that just like actually did something? Actually, that should just be a... No, I'm driving, Jess, that there's no multiplayer in this game. But, like, that would actually be kind of an amazing Easter egg. You name yourself Sean Bean, you start the game, and the character immediately dies. That would actually be kind of incredible. And you get an achievement. Hi, Infinity! But, you know, the last time you added an Easter egg I came up with, it took you a day, so...
Yeah, but the problem with adding Easter eggs related to names is that once you add one, well, there's a lot more that you have to add, right?
Although, on the topic of playing together, Jess, he does kind of have a foreseen vision of the level that I'm going to be playing. Because he looked at my scene,
Oracle.
sort of, so... He has some predictive abilities. You just friendly fired your friend with a rocket launcher. Or grenade launcher. Good for you.
I have abilities that some would consider unnatural.
Bob, did you miss anything? I think that you missed Sean Bean dying. So, no surprise there. Also, to be fair, I died in a really dumb fashion, too. I blew myself up with a rocket launcher kind of absent-mindedly. But, you know, can't win them all. I think I will keep Ambusher.
Yep, you assume correctly.
Also, something I should point out, just because we did recently get a raid, this game is currently 30% off. I should say that. So if you want to help keep this guy that I'm talking with funded and making video games, buy this video game. Or buy it for a friend. Or buy a copy for your dog. I don't know how much time the dog will get out of it, but they might look at the pretty colors. I guess that's kind of the question now, is like, are we ever going to get a Switch port?
Uh, okay, I can answer you. I can answer you with some facts. Actually, it was I think 4 days ago. I bought the Switch dev kit and waiting for it to arrive. So
Oh damn!
it's more real than ever, right?
It's just like that, and also get like Steam Deck properly set up, and then
Yeah. I
everything.
need to do that too.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
There are 2 ports that are being worked on. The Switch port will actually isn't worked on. It will start. I'll start working on it once the dev kit comes. And the other port being worked on is the Xbox port. Yeah, Bob, John, waiting for it, for the Switch dev kit.
Now I want to know what a Switch dev kit looks like. Is it just a normal Switch? Or
I
is
can
it,
send
like...
you a picture, but I cannot publish it.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, you can't send me a picture, I think is what you mean to say.
Technically, yeah.
And did I figure out how to reload a katana? Well, I did end up putting that power up on the katana. We did win that run, though. I did end up putting that power up on the katana to make room in my inventory for something else. But into Valhalla we go.
Who needs light anyway?
Yeah, if you Google Switch dev kit, you can find it.
Okay, noted. Don't worry about breaking your Nintendo rules.
Yeah.
Whoa! I didn't know those could drop normal med kits. When did that get changed? I just like punched a vending machine.
Yeah, they actually have they drop at least 5 different things right now. Or
Really?
4.
I've literally only seen stealth kits.
I mean,
Or not stealth,
stim packs
stim packs,
were.
yeah.
I think I changed it for Valhalla.
Okay.
Let
Interesting.
me take a look. Actually, what did they drop? Vending. They can drop a stim pack, a small combat pack, and really rarely a small medkit.
You know, so Geister in chat is talking about the look of the health bar and saying that they love it. And I love how controversial the health bar and UI for this game is. It's like people either like think it's the greatest thing they've ever seen and they fall in love with it immediately, or it's like, this is the worst UI I've ever seen. Why would you make a UI this bad? There's like no in between. Maybe they're gonna blow. I'm gonna blow.
There's a lot of things about the game that's actually love or hate. Like we already said that about the voice acting, right?
Mm-hmm.
You either love it or hate it.
Although
One thing, if I were to do a sequel, the one thing that I would add was actually modern UI, but I would want to keep the old school UI as an option.
I mean, I really like the old school UI. I'm definitely in the camp of don't ever change this UI. But then you have to support 2 UX options. So unless it's just like a UI skin, that's maybe a little bit of an annoyance.
Yeah, we'll have to rethink that. For Aliens, I'm pretty sure that the default setup will be mouse and keyboard.
Yeah.
But I'll make sure that the game is playable with keyboard only.
That's actually something that we've ran into with Dwarf Fortress recently, which is interesting because there was a very brief period there where Tarn and Zach were basically talking about like not supporting keyboard only options. And so like the entire community just kind of like rallied around, hey, we want keyboard support. Give us and like giving him examples of like Jupiter Hell has both, Cogmind has both, Caves of Cut has both. But they recently said they're like, we might not be able to support it at launch for premium, but we'll get it in shortly after. So we're happy again.
Well, yeah, I made sure that every device that is supported, you can play only using that device, right?
Yeah.
So you can play keyboard only, mouse only, gamepad only. Works. Okay, gamepad not fully because you cannot, and mouse not fully because you cannot type in your name, but apart from that, the whole game works without it.
Theoretically, you could do it with an on-screen keyboard, I would think.
Yeah, we should probably implement that using Steam input or something. That's the one thing that we need to do for Switch, for Steam Deck compatibility.
Yeah, would be the virtual keyboard support stuff.
I've got a purring cat on my lap that craves for attention right now.
Not to just like turn this into a Dwarf Fortress stream, but they are finished with Fortress mode, and they're going to release with Fortress mode without adventure mode. So adventure mode will come later. So TLDR, yes, they are getting close. Considering they're currently building the tutorial for that game.
Well, that might take them a year or so.
Not really, because they're only doing the like stuff that you need to get done in the first year, and not everything is getting explained in the tutorial. It's just like here's how to move the mouse. This is why you want to generate a world. This is why generating a world takes so basically just like adding tooltips.
Mm-hmm.
With some like
so kind of like how to call it? Like Dark Souls, right? Here's a sword. Here's the dodge button. Go fight this gigantic monster.
Here's how to move the screen. Here's a dwarf. Here's how to make alcohol. Here's how to make a bed and place the bed. Good luck.
And like lava comes.
This feels way too quick. You know that they announced Premium Dwarf Fortress in 2018, right? Oswix, it's been 4 years. You realize that, right? But yes, it has been pretty quick.
Let's shed some light.
Oh, hello.
Matters.
Turn on power, there's a robot right there.
What?
I'm really glad I didn't activate security with that, too.
It hid in the darkness of the room, right?
It's a very stealthy, giant robot.
There's another one at the top? No.
Yeah, bottom left.
Bottom.
There actually was another one in the room right below me. Or it's a person.
Read up on aisle bucket.
All right, that's that.
X-person.
Heal me and grab that. And then activate security. I like the lighting changes in this room. It's a really nice change.
Yeah, support for being able to do such things was added only like a few months ago, so if I would have this possibility earlier, there would be a lot more lightning changes in the game, because I would add them as I add features, right? But
yeah,
I added this feature and it isn't used much. There are many such features that are added and aren't used much because I added them way too late.
Here's an answerable question that I can ask though. What will you consider, or do you know what the it's time to work on the next game point for Jupiter Hell is? Like, how many more updates?
Yeah, I more or less have a complete feature list that I want to do before like load. But even if I get to the point that it's closed, I'm still going to probably do some small patches with small content updates. But no significant features, right?
Yeah, you'll be like at the point where Dungeon Mans has been at for a while, where like he'll add something once every other year maybe. Yeah, and I need 3 of them. W kidding.
I wouldn't say every other year. I would say at least twice a year or something like that.
Well, hopefully more frequently than that, but that's kind of where that game's at now. He just adds like seasonal events every so often.
But I would say like I wouldn't be. Once I get to that point, there will be like 20% time max for Jupiter Hell.
Yeah, and I think that that's respectable. I mean, like, I know that like you were saying that the community for this game has gotten a lot smaller and like sales aren't the most explosive these days, I don't think. But at the same time, that I don't think the community that's playing this game is going to go anywhere, you know? Like, we'll probably just be playing the next game that you make for one thing, but also I only get 2. That sucks. It's also.
It will be actually interesting to see how the community will convert, because Aliens RL, despite being very similar in many respects, is definitely a different game from from the like top-down level. It's like this is basically here you're expected to clear levels, right? Kill everything, and in Aliens RL it's more like a survival. The mechanics will be similar, but the objective of the game itself and the way you approach it will need a completely different mindset. So I wonder how that will how the community for this game will actually convert to the other one.
Now, I'm not going to make too big of an assumption, but somebody just bought something on Humble. Number one, that was like 5 times louder than I was expecting. So I'm deaf. But, so I missed most of what you said. Chat probably heard what you said, but I completely missed that. It was for $28.99, so I'm wondering if somebody just bought this game. It's possible. It is possible. But, yeah, so I missed all of that. Don't feel the need to repeat it. No, I might be dead again, actually.
Well, I was just, wondering about the different approach that Jupiter Hell and Aliens RL have from a gameplay perspective.
And how much that will...
You might be dead.
And how much that will affect, like, player base conversion, yeah.
Yeah, because if you go in with the Jupiter Hell mindset into Aliens RL, you're going to die really quickly. If you start, trying to clear rooms in a given tower. Wow. Boom. You might be dead.
We'll see. I'm probably dead. So, if I don't die in the next hit, if this... Okay, so I'm not dead yet. Heal me, get into cover, and kill you. Reload the gun, and then kill the robots. Not dead yet. Damn fucking close, but I'm not dead yet. That was a mean room. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was close.
I don't see shit to pick up.
Yeah, Nash will still be dead.
And we're still on our own, Stone. Is the player character going to be a lady in the Aliens RL remake?
I hope to make a choice. I hope to have it because I'm really considering making the protagonist of the Aliens RL game silent.
Oh, just to not have to worry about
voice acting? It's more like no. The reason is quite the opposite. It's a design choice to make the to push into the isolation idea, right? So there will be voices from the computer, from audio logs, but not from the player himself or herself.
Who's a man in the hat?
Which will, as a side effect, which will make localization and voice acting cheaper.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Unless I could get Signary Weaver.
I feel like she's expensive. I don't know. Let's do one thing at a time. Vault first, lockdown second.
But yeah, I've got so many ideas, technical ideas that I want to implement in various games, and so little time to implement them. Aliens RL, the original Aliens RL had TTS voices.
Yep, this is true.
That takes care of this area.
Entering medical tower.
It kind of fits the game quite well, actually. The voices. So I need Infiltrator level 3 in 2 floors. So I'm like kind of destroying my own character strength in order to have better, like, the ability to do a meme, essentially. Just to be able to kill one room in one button.
Fiverr is also a bad choice, Oswix, because if you're, for example, doing an expansion pack, you want the same voice actor, and with Fiverr, there's no, It's less chance that you can actually get the same voice actor to
Can I just...
serious.
When you're... If you are making a commercial product, Fiverr's a bad idea, period.
Yeah,
Like,
I
period.
totally agree.
Like, if you're making
Also,
a
you have
one-off
no
YouTube
guarantee on the
video,
quality.
Fiverr's great. But anything else,
And also, like, you cannot guarantee or, I mean, probably maybe the person will have some samples, so you can judge the audio set of quality.
I'm a big idiot. I took the wrong exit.
Oh, fuck.
I was just kind of like, again, running on automatic.
Distracted. Yeah,
Yeah.
distracted.
And now I'm dead, maybe. Maybe not. Probably.
The game said, here, screw that anyway, so I'll help you out now. Oh, that imp is working on that bot.
Yeah, I made it work. Well, I feel exceptionally stupid right now.
Again, can't blame it on me.
Nope.
And we can, I considered actually making more of the elevators returnable, but there's no way to sensibly do that without opening up the possibility of, you know, of clearing out way too many levels.
Well, I mean,
And if you add that possibility of being able to clean more branches and more levels, you will be either overpowered or underpowered for the. I mean, it kills the pace of the game. So. Yeah, I did find it. I mean, I didn't find a mic. I just took a cab to work and brought my headset from work.
yeah, the reason I took the wrong elevator is because I'm so used to it being 3 instead of 2, and it was only 2. And so I was just like kind of running on automatic and went through the thing. But, oh well. Oh well. But yeah, no, yeah, like he said, he took a cab to work to pick up a mic to be on stream with me so that I can take all of the wrong exits and die.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's been entertaining though. Wait for you to come around the corner, or not. Had to close stream to focus on fixing bugs. Well, I'm sure people here have heard that before.
Hey, I've got the stream open and I'm focusing on bugs.
You're currently watching 4 bugs. Well, we did find 1.
At least 3. We found at least 3.
At least 3. I don't know what the third one was, but...
The effects in the bottom right.
Right, yeah, okay. I thought that was a known bug.
Well, there is a known bug, but it's still
Okay.
visible, right?
I was referring to new bugs that I wasn't aware of before.
I like how the railings on the gaps here have 2 colors.
Is that a bug?
No, it's an unintended feature.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say it looks intended, I don't know.
Yeah, because it's 2 tiles that's mixed together, and because the gaps are from a different tile set than the bridges are from a different tile set than the gap itself, which makes it color the railing on the bridge in a different color.
Gotcha.
You catch my drift.
Yeah.
My god, this game looks way better than it did when we launched from early access.
Yeah, I have a VOD on my YouTube channel from like early access launch day, and I go back every now and again and watch it. Partially to also
And
see how
not to
terrible I am.
mention, not to mention how much better it looks like since we launched in early access. Oh my!
Oh yeah, well I mean, like there's a
That was a horrible. The game was in horrible shape.
when you launched into early access.
Yeah, but well, you know that every launch that I made was made out of necessity, not by choice.
Yeah. I mean, you recovered from a mixed review too, which I think is an achievement.
Well, for a moment during launch day, we had overwhelming. It was nice.
It's a pity
considering that we're-
didn't maintain, but yeah.
No, I actually considered it a necessity. If we want to reach a wider audience with this game, there's no fucking chance that we'll maintain an overwhelming. Because this game just... There are many people that, despite looking at the game initially, will think it's fun and then find out that it's completely not their piece of cake, right?
Yeah.
It's not a game
it'll
for
get
everybody.
recommended or something.
So yeah, I'm happy with our very positive and... It's okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it would, like, drive more sales, potentially, if you had the overwhelmingly positive, but it's kind of a you can't win kind of thing.
Yeah, but I don't consider myself the game to be overwhelmingly positive, so...
Okay, fair enough.
I see too many things that I would want to expand and do differently, so...
I'll let him hurt me and then use a large med kit and swap.
Yeah, the Calcic Warden has a fun design because it's a boss that's supposed to punish overpowered builds.
Yeah, like sometimes I will intend
If you
to
do
hang
it-
on to a worse
Yeah,
weapon
gun.
just to make it easier. Also,
Which
I
is
just
nice
got a
because
really
it
nice
kills... It's a challenge for better players, but still allows, you know, beginner players to pass through, right?
Now, as long as I don't take any more wrong exits and don't point blank kill myself with a rocket launcher, hopefully we can go see Habitat. But also, I'll have remote hack by the time I get there, so... Well, I almost already have it. But hey, we'll say that we're saving time,
No
you know?
landings there. Well, fuck.
All right. But I do like the challenge pitch, even though I don't know what the reward is for Habitat just yet. Purely because it's like, I want them to be a challenge, and I think it's really neat that it's so easy to fuck it up.
Yeah, so when that was the thing I thought about when you said that the new mechanics are challenging. My immediate reaction was, okay, I want to know what you say about Habitat.
Well, it's not even that they aren't challenging, it's that they aren't varied, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think that you know that, right? I want better armor. Kind of want a nicer helmet. Gonna go for the nicer helmet.
Actually, Taily B, it works the other way around because I'm using as a tracker, I'm using GitHub, so technically everything is categorized as a bug, even the features.
Oh.
Those are issues, right, to be solved, so basically everything is an issue.
That's where my own internal reference for things comes up, which was the issue added, Warlock sounds. Issue removed, Warlock sounds. Issue added, Warlock sounds. Which to me is still just way too amusing for some reason. Alright, let's grab that. Let's grab this. Alright, easy peasy level 1. Europa done.
And a new generator of level 1.
Yeah. It's still the same general philosophy, it's just more varied.
Yeah, but too little time to add more variation.
Yeah.
You know the meme with the guy looking at reviews 97% positive, and he just focuses and sees only the negative ones, right?
I mean, that's not a meme, that's just how our brains work. That was
So yeah, that's how I look at the game, right? I don't see the good stuff. I see the bad stuff.
Well, it's just like, I'll stream for 8 hours and have a fantastic stream, and it'll be absolutely awesome, and everybody will be super cool, and I'll have a great time, and then someone will say something mean to me once, and that's the only thing I remember for the next 4 days. It's just the one mean thing that somebody said to me in Twitch chat.
That isn't so bad as streaming 8 hours and remembering only the fact that you killed yourself with a grenade that exploded on the boxes right in front of you, right?
No, see, because that's comedy, right? And like that can suck because I'll be like, well, I'm
No. I mean,
now, but
at the time when grenades actually exploded, you tried to throw them over boxes.
Yep. No, I remember that, but like I don't remember that negatively, right? That's a fond memory now. Like it's funny in hindsight. The person that insulted me 3 days ago in a YouTube comment still isn't funny and still upsets me. Which is, you know, just human brains are messed up. We're not designed for this kind of criticism. But
I think I've grown tougher skin when it comes to negative reviews of Jupiter Hell. They don't bother me as much as they used to.
So I didn't blow anything up here. I wonder what died here.
They could have blown them. They blown themselves up.
It was probably the turret blew them all up, but along with itself. But it's just what the hell happened here?
Ah, the ragdolls. I'm probably never going to revisit them. At least not for this game.
They don't need to be. They're comedic when they break, and they work most of the time. So what else do you need from a ragdoll, really? All right. Well, we're taking the correct exit off of here. And I have Infiltrator 1 right now.
Which gives you the information that one of the exits is broken.
And I need to get Infiltrator 2. So I'm going to be going into this... Or rather, sorry, I'm going to be going... I have Infiltrator level 2. I need Infiltrator level 3, so I'm going to be going into the next floor without a master trait.
Oswix, it's a little bit different because I would say that I always was okay with good criticism, even if it had a lot of negativity. It's the criticism that basically shits all over you and doesn't give a fuck about what you think.
I think like there's a difference between criticism from somebody who knows how to give criticism and somebody just saying, fuck this shit, which is what a lot of reviews and also negative comments end up being, right? Like somebody can try to be kind, right? And then somebody can just not even think about the concept of being kind before they write the thing, right? You know, there's like just using Steam, like user reviews or video game reviews as an example. You could say it's like, oh man, this like felt rushed, or you could say this mechanic feels underbaked, or you could say various other things, or you can just say like the design principle of this game is bad. Like you could just say, oh, this is turn-based. This is bad because it's turn-based. That's not criticism. That's just the game's not for you.
Yeah. How was that famous quote? What a stupid design idea, mixing roguelikes and turn-based. How can that fucking work?
I don't know if that's a famous quote, but it's certainly like something that I like to reference, and I think you like to reference that too.
Like, go back to design school. Mixing roguelikes and turn-based. How stupid is that?
I think every single traditional roguelike dev I've spoken to over the past few years has had at least one review that they've referenced that's that exact thing. Like, they're, Jim from Dungeon Mans has had multiple, like, written reviews on, like, major websites saying, if only it wasn't turn-based. Like, stuff like that. Or, like, what a novel idea. It's a turn-based roguelike. It's like, ow.
Yeah, that makes me laugh. But you know, like negative reviews that are based around ignorance are the most painful ones.
Yeah. Like the negative review you got because the person accidentally activated caps lock.
Sticky keys. Windows sticky
keys,
yes.
Not caps lock. My bad.
Hey, but he managed to get what he wanted. I mean, the game actually disables sticky keys right now.
Did he ever fix his review though?
Nah.
Exactly.
Why would he, right?
On to Habitat. Hey. But I don't need that armor. I get my armor shredded. So hopefully it's not in the first room filled with a bunch of other things. I also have 5 multi-tools, so we're doing all right.
Do you have a level of hacker?
I probably don't need the multi-tools realistically. I have Hacker 2 and Infiltrator 2. I'm trying to get Infiltrator 3 so I can just remote hack them.
Even a single level of hacker makes them the hack for free.
Well, that's good to know. Wasn't sure if that would kill it. Oh, come on. Just gonna walk past you.
Ouch.
Nah, I made it.
I'll never be able to look at Kerberos the same way again after the recent update.
Why?
Can't tell.
Oh, is that part of the redacted?
I never said anything.
Okay. Have people found the redacted yet?
Nope,
Because I
not
haven't
yet.
looked.
But this is not like the last one was a community secret, so yeah, the community needed to get together to actually find it. This one you can find on your own without any problems.
Interesting. You know, because I was kind of thinking about this game, like, nearing completion recently, like, shortly after I finished the stream on Hyperstrange yesterday. And it makes me think about the big, like, purgatory discovery thing that you did. And I kind of almost wish that was the last thing that you did, because that would have been a really neat send-off, but you should do something else like that again, except it unlocks mod support.
I might add some big secret at the end. That's actually a great idea.
Really wish I still had invisibility.
Don't kill the sentry.
I could EMP it.
EMP still causes damage.
I mean, it's damage, yes, but fortunately, its attack isn't that detrimental. Ow, dude. Please. Okay.
Oh yeah, because you don't have remote hack yet.
No, not yet. I need one more level for it. So I'm gonna make him follow me. I'm thinking into this room, and I'll just lock the door. Right.
I really need to fix the rotating on the bots that are following.
You just stay there. Nothing should walk in there, so should be fine.
Just remember where you put it.
I can see him on the map.
Don't leave stray bots.
Yeah, there should be like a, are you sure? Stray bots don't get adopted. There is no adopt a bot program, unfortunately. It's very sad.
I'm just checking you because you even messed up a branch exit, so messing up a bot is much easier.
This is true.
Bring him well.
Oh my word. Accurate, heavy, and they all have fucking chain guns. What the hell? That's just mean. I'm just gonna take a stim pack.
Well, accurate plus heavy, yeah, that's
Yeah.
problematic.
I really wish I had a grenade.
Oh, that's the good shit right there.
There go all my stims and large med kits.
Holy shit.
It's a good thing there's a bunch of, or a new set of armor back at the front door, actually. I'm keeping the improved stealth, thanks.
Well, that was a fight. There's, I think, one more alive or two more alive.
There
wow,
was
that was
two
two packs. Those are 2 packs of, yeah.
It was 2 packs of Exalted. One of them was Resilient and Heavy. The other one was just one of them was Accurate and Heavy, and the other one was just Resilient. So that's like just Resilient. Just Resilient. So anyway, I have Infiltrator 3 now, so that's good. That was mean though, jeez.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. I obviously forgive you, otherwise I would have stopped playing this game years ago. All right. Do I have to bring the robot with me into the returnable branch right here?
I don't think you have to. You can go there and go back for the robot, but just remember about him.
Yeah.
I recently tested that, so. Ooh.
I heard something. Also, just for sake of my own sanity, chat room, does anybody have anything they want to ask Epion at this point going forward? Because I've kind of run out of things I want to talk about, and you've got me all confuddled with your teasing about things that aren't actually happening yet. So...
Problem.
Now we're fine.
This one's done.
We're fine. Also, I got new armor. That's cool.
Looks good.
Feels good. Aside from that, chat room, could I get a round of beers?
Feels good.
Just curious how many people are listening to the stream currently. What is the velocity of an unladen
Orange. European sparrow or American sparrow? Swallow. European swallow or American swallow?
I got a question from that movie on my podcast the other week, and nobody knew what the reference was. And I was the only person in line. It was the what is your name? What is your quest? What is your favorite color? And do you know what
Haley
this...
B asks a nice question. This is completely scratch written in-house engine in C++. So that's why it took almost 10 years.
Only half as long as Dwarfort. Oh, do I have... Ooh, I got loading feed. That's cool.
Rapayok, I think it was Assur.
I mean, I wouldn't know. The capital of Assyria. All right. Now, before I forget, remote access. Not the
Bobtron, what kind of game would I want to make that isn't a roguelike? Probably an XCOM-like or a high-budget, procedurally generated CRPG game.
Not Doom Tactics?
Well, that Doom Tactics would still be a roguelike, if I would make it.
I mean, that would just be a high-budget roguelike, right?
Or XCOM-like, right?
Yes.
And I always dreamt of, but I stopped dreaming of making a massive space-based game, Elite Dangerous style.
Oh, you mean Starfield?
Starfield, yeah, something like that.
Have you seen the?
But like Starfield with more space and less RPG, right? That would be my
Gotcha.
target.
So
rather closer to Elite Dangerous than Starfield.
I watched the Starfield gameplay that they released, and the space combat looks bad, and I don't understand why people are so excited about it. But
because it looks bad for people that are used to space combat sims, it looks okay for everybody else. I mean, you judge it by Elite Dangerous experience, and by Elite Dangerous experience is obviously going to look really shitty. I mean, it doesn't look far worse than No Man's Sky combat.
It looks worse than No Man's Sky combat, because No Man's Sky combat
doesn't look far worse compared to the initial version of No Man's Sky space combat, which was pretty much dumbed down, really dumbed down.
From the footage that they released, it looks comparable / worse than the X games, which is not good space combat.
Well, the X games have a lot of their, fans, right?
Sure.
I tried one, I think I tried 2 of those, and both of them were like, how am I supposed to control this spaceship?
Spoiler, you really don't.
So yeah, so I couldn't get into it despite the fact that I thought they were ideal for me. Haley B, what was the end goal product pretty?
Maybe.
Bring 'em on.
Oh my word. This has been a really rough run. Holy shit, I can't catch a fucking break here.
Haley B, I knew that I want to basically make a game like Doom the Roguelike, which I already previously did, so I had a pretty much sensible view of how the game's going to look like. But the funny thing is that the engine was initially developed with a 2D game in mind, so from the technical standpoint, ouch. From a technical standpoint, it changed a lot.
They're gonna kill my robot, aren't they?
Oh yeah, they killed your robot.
Not yet. It's still alive.
They're trying to kill it.
Did that kill it? Yep, that
I
killed
think
it.
they killed it.
Yep, they killed it.
They killed your robot.
It was either that or they kill me.
Those bastards!
It was either that or they kill me, so...
Oh my god, they've killed the robot.
They killed Kenny. Well, I mean, I am Timmy, so I guess that's fitting. You bastard!
Hey, there's another one on this level, right?
Yeah, well, there should be.
I mean, you didn't meet it yet.
No, I've only seen this pack of fucking demons. It's an infestation, so...
Ah, well, that's pretty unlucky.
Assuming it spawns in an infestation.
It should. I hope. This is what I love about game development. With procedural content. Sometimes I don't know the answer.
It's like, it'll spawn, I hope. I think. I don't know, this run has just been fucking brutal, so... Like you've been watching, like, every, like, single corner, like, aside from, like, the me missing that one doorway because I'm an idiot, like, everything here has just been the absolute meanest it could possibly be.
Sorry. Tapaiok, it's very low level. I mean, it's Vulkan or OpenGL, and it has a interface layer, so you choose whether it runs in OpenGL or Vulkan, and it will also support the DirectX, hopefully by the end of the year. So it's pretty much going like totally low level. The only libraries that we actually used to create this game was, well, Vulkan isn't a library, it's an API. So the only libraries that we used was Lua, the scripting language, Fmod, but technically that's also an API over the sound system, and Bullet Physics for physics. Everything else is scratch written, including the standard library, because I'm a fan of the C++ STL. I'm getting technical here. I'm a fan of the C++ STL, but I'm not a fan of its performance, especially compile time performance.
I don't think chat minds if you're technical. Well, at least I'll be able to keep this second robot alive.
You mean Bullet Physics or the standard template library? Tapaiok. Oh, the bot is chilling in the top right. Okay.
Because I left him there.
Good call.
Oh my... I should have looked at the map.
Fmod for sound, Bullet Physics for physics, and I think you're dead.
Fmod for blind, you mean?
I think you're dead.
I find your lack of confidence logical, but also kind of disturbing. Yeah, I'm dead. Well, you can't take me alive. Oh, I can't actually throw a grenade at my feet. Okay, fine. Oh, man.
Hey, if you would, why didn't you just walk up?
Why didn't I just walk up? Because I had 3 bleed stacks, and...
Ah, yeah, okay.
I had 3 HP and no medkit. So I was going to bleed to death, regardless of what I did. Ah, God. How are we looking for time for you?
I think like 15 more minutes, 20 minutes.
All right. Well,
Because the biggest issue here is I haven't eaten anything since I've woke up, and I'm getting pretty much hungry.
right. Yeah, no, that's totally fair. Well, I'm gonna keep playing this regardless. I mean, I'm apparently 8 hours into a stream, so there is another game I want to play this evening. So I'm just gonna play this until this evening, and then I'll play something else. So, I'm just gonna keep playing on hard.
No spoilers on what game are you going to play?
It's a game called Vactix, which, I mean, it has meta progression, but it's it calls itself a roguelike, but it's more of a little mech tactics game. But it's very similar to Hoplite in its design and ideas. Like, it's a very small hex grid, so it's tactics, but with
Looks
a V.
really good.
So yeah,
I
I'll be
need
playing
to add
that.
this to my wish list.
It's
Looks
gonna
really-
be $10 in early access next week. So that's what I'll be playing.
Adding to wish list.
I think I'm gonna do Scout
Yeah, I like
again.
the visuals.
I'm gonna do Scout again, and I'm gonna call him Timmy again.
This looks like trouble.
But I'm not going to just do the dumb thing, which is just put everything into hacking. I think I'm just gonna just go for sniper or ghost, and actually have a master trait by the time I get to the areas where I need them, because I think that's largely what killed me last run, was I didn't have a master trait.
Oh, assembly was just used to make some math hacks only. There are a couple of things that are implemented in the low-level libraries when it comes to calculation that are used a lot in computer graphics, but are implemented to be very precise instead of very fast. So, for example, things like calculating square root are actually better done especially if you can, for example, assume that the input is valid. It's not a number, and it's not like below 0 when doing a square root. Then you can do really fast implementations of those things, and that's what you usually use assembly for. Yeah, there's square root too.
I
haven't.
some of those words. Go on.
I haven't touched assembly since 8 years at least, so I won't say that I use assembly. By the way, have you noticed that right now when you clear a level, the icons for things like elevators and the like show up,
Yeah.
even if you haven't discovered them, and even if you're not playing Scout?
Yep. Yeah. No, I've noticed that.
Because
Little feature.
It was one report too many about a guy who went to a level, cleared the level, and said there's no elevator, and the elevator was actually in a nuke.
Or just like, yeah, hidden in a tiny room somewhere off in a corner or undiscovered spot. Yeah.
This one is actually a great example. This one would be really hard to notice if you just looked outside. You could not, reveal the tile of the elevator itself, so it would be really hard to spot. So yeah, we decided that to reveal all the elevators basically at level clear.
So
And it reveals the boxes on the minimap also.
So if I
So
can,
basically points of interest. Sorry.
I was just gonna say that like it seems a lot like a very similar to the problem of like, oh, all the enemies are dead, but they're not actually all dead, because there was a good while there where it didn't expose the last 2 enemies or the last 3 enemies on the map. Seems very similar to that.
And kind of the philosophy is that if you're spending time on something that there's no longer a challenge involved, that means that it should be simplified, right?
Well, it's
Because
like,
after
go on.
searching for the last elevator when everything is dead... Okay, there is one specific case where it makes your life easier. Let's say if you would have a level that's full of toxic clouds, right? Revealing the last elevator actually is a net benefit, a tactical benefit here, but we decided that between those two things, between leaving this and revealing it, is the better choice.
Yeah, I did notice like all the icons on the doors and everything appearing, and I think it's a really nice little addition for anybody. But yeah, I noticed it yesterday. I don't actually think I verbalized it, but I did notice it while I was on Hyper Strange's channel, streaming the last little bit of this.
Yeah, but for example, such decisions are not decisions that are going to be made in Alliance RL. Because in Alliance RL, you're basically are not going to be expected to explore the map.
Well, that's a game about cautiously backtracking a lot.
And yeah, and there will be a lot of backtracking, but backtracking won't be so painful because
I think I'm dead.
Okay.
Speaking of painful, go on.
Right and up, and you're not dead.
That's into the mines though.
Yeah, but otherwise you might be dead.
But that skips a lot of possible loot, and then I'd be going into mines without armor.
Well, yeah, it's level 2. You can just die.
Which is why I'm thinking I might just die here. So let's see what happens. So far, not dead.
But this would be avoidable if you would be more careful while exploring the level.
Sure, but distracted driving. Also, I won. Ha!
No, I'm still doing disclaimers. This is not badly designed.
No, this is me being an idiot. I don't normally run into these problems, I swear.
Protection.
Where was I? I was talking about something, but oh yeah, about the difference in the approach, because backtracking in Alliance won't be such an issue, because here backtracking would be simply, not only would it kill the pace of the game, but it would also be boring because all the levels would be empty, right? And in Alliance the levels won't be empty. Never.
Yeah.
Because the idea is that I really like this tagline I had for the original Alliance RL, that ammunition is limited, but the enemies are not.
Yeah, you were talking about like conversion for player bases earlier, like between Jupiter Hell and Aliens. Is that something that you're actually like concerned about? Because I kind of was very much under the
I am
impression
concerned about that.
A large portion of the people who played this game will be interested in playing that game. I know that like asking chat like if they're interested in the next game is maybe a bad place to ask, because it's more the wider audience. But if you're trying to make this game as like an entry drug into roguelikes, you'd think that the next roguelike that you make would be the natural successor to that.
Well, but the point is that Alliance, I'm still actually wondering how Alliance how people will react to Alliance, because Alliance is definitely less of a casual game than Jupiter Hell.
I think calling Jupiter Hell a casual game is bloody comedy.
It's a casual roguelike. Let's be honest.
It's
in our definition of roguelike.
It's no NetHack. That is true.
Right.
I mean,
and Alliance is definitely less so. It's not something that Alliance is not something that you can, when you're tired, just run up a game and choose easy mode and storm through levels, right?
Yeah, no, totally.
It will require more cerebral input.
I think like I immediately jumped to the
Audio Coaster.
Audio Coaster Sup, dude. That game that you released, or that was released recently, that's free, that's like a prologue thing for Quasimorphosis. That thing had not only, I could go look right now to see what its score is currently, but if I can remember how to spell it. There we go, I found it. Yeah, I mean, that thing has 92% positive reviews right now. And like about 200 of them, right? And it had almost no coverage. There's like half a dozen videos on YouTube about it. And largely the only issue that I've seen for it is just like people going, no meta progression. So like, I feel like there maybe is more of an audience for that style of game than is necessarily obvious.
I think this game would be judged differently if they would be paid. That I can tell you. I mean, people would.
Totally.
people understand that this is a free demo and that there's no meta progression because it's a free demo. And if there wouldn't be, if this would be a paid game, they would be far less how do you call it, forgiving for the fact that there's no meta progression.
Well, I think like
Because-
every single negative review I saw about it was the no meta progression comment.
Mm-hmm.
But like,
I'm thinking about horizontal meta progression for Aliens RL, actually. That you do unlock stuff that actually changes the game, but it doesn't, make it easier. So basically, there's nothing that you unlock will actually make the game easier. It will just make it more interesting, right? So
Gotcha.
I'm actually considering that to have this form of, what I would call horizontal meta progression. Like kind of in FTL where you unlocked different ship layouts, but it wasn't like those ship layouts were better, they were more specialized towards some kind of builds, right?
yeah.
There's two uses of meta progression that I kind of understand. Like as a meta progression hater, I value two ways of meta progression usage. One of them is the horizontal meta progression where you unlock more possibilities, more challenges, more ways to play the game.
Yeah.
And the other one is the learning curve meta progression, like in Slay the Spire, where you basically get your basic cards and you unlock the advanced cards, not because those are, well, truth is they are more powerful, because you cannot do those really complex, powerful builds, but the meta progression is short and is only there to ease you up into the complexity of the game. So those are the two usage cases of meta progression that I think that are not like direct time wasters. Because the meta progression that I hate is the one that basically you have to waste time on the game to go forward.
Yeah, I was explaining that to somebody in chat a couple days ago, and they're just like, they were asking about a game that I was playing. They were saying that it would be so much better if you could like upgrade your weapons, and I'm just like, but all that does is it's wasting your time. And I explained it to him how it's wasting his time. He's like, man, I feel like an idiot. Like, I'm not trying to make you feel like an idiot, but it's just like, in a skill-based game, you want a game that rewards knowledge and skill, not a game that rewards time. Just period.
Yeah, because from the one point, there you have those games that actually, have this meta progression, but they're fun enough that you're playing them. But at some point, if you get if there's a constant feeling of you're having fun and you're unlocking stuff and you're getting better and going forward and the like, that's all cool. But at some point, you may have this feeling that there is something forward, and the only reason I cannot go forward is the fact that I didn't grind enough hours. I stopped having fun because the only reason I'm grinding is I want to see what's further, but I have this, time gate of invested time that I need to put into the game. So I played a couple of games with some kind of stronger or less strong meta progression, and if I ever caught myself at the feeling that the only reason that I'm still playing is I want to see what's forward, and I'm no longer having fun at this stage of the game, that was the moment I quit. That's, for example, the moment I quit Loop Hero, where I understood that I'm grinding additional resources just because I want to see what's further in the game. I'm doing repetitive stuff that no longer is a challenge and it no longer is interesting for me just because I want to go forward, right? And at that point, I'm like done with the game. No, it doesn't respect my time, so I'm not going to respect the game.
I had this discussion with somebody who was playing and actually asking me to play a game called Undermine. It's like Binding of Isaac, but like you play a cute little miner dude with a pickaxe. And they were arguing in favor of the meta progression in that game, which is straight power curve stuff. Like your hatchet goes, or your pickaxe goes further. You unlock the shop. Like it's impossible to beat the game on your first run because you don't have access to the shopkeepers, right? Also, chat room, you need to remember that when we're talking about meta progression, we're talking about skill-based games. We're not talking about story games. We're not talking about like idle games like Cookie Clicker. Like yes, certain types of games are benefited from that. Skill-based games are not. And an example for this is the Undermine statement, which is Undermine is. This person was arguing about how great Undermine is, and they're like, I have 400 hours in it, I love it. And I'm like, I don't want to go through the meta progression. And they stated it, and they're just like, well, it doesn't take that long. It only takes about 15 hours. And I was like, if you had to play through those early game levels again, would you enjoy them? And they sat there, and they didn't say anything for about 5 minutes, and they said no. And they said they would go download someone else's save file.
Yeah, for example, I would totally sit again on Slate Aspire and go over through that early meta progression there, because it was really short. And I would feel really, actually, it would feel helpful for me to get a refresh on the mechanics for the first few runs, right? It's okay. If I would go back to FTL, yeah, I totally don't mind the fact that I would have to unlock the ships again. I mean, I could go, try to get those unlocks again somewhere, but I don't mind about it. The core of the game stays the same. So like I said, in those two cases, it's all okay. But if the game basically requires you to grind something just to access content, and it puts a literal time gate without giving you anything in return, I think I just don't like it. I mean, it might be some kind of like approach. I know that many people have a feeling that is called I'm bored. Mm-hmm. And I basically never have this feeling. I always have something to do. I always have something that I want to do. I never feel bored unless I'm like deprived from any kind of electronic internet connected device and need to sit somewhere, right? This is the only... Oh, they're going to kill themselves. Yeah, I have a lag. That's the only moment that I feel bored, right? So if I would have in my life a feeling that I want to kill time, I probably would have a very different approach to meta progression games. But I never have to. I sometimes want to relax and do a grind something for the reasons that I want to relax, but not for the reasons... Okay, it's hard to explain.
No, I totally understand what you're talking about. But like even Torpid here in chat just brought up something that I was going to mention too, which is Hades got pretty boring for you. You know, they added a bunch of heat system, but man, the thing about Hades though, and the weird thing to me about Hades is that Hades is as far away from being a roguelike as you can be. Like, I hesitate to even call that game a roguelite, because it's way less, or not even a roguelite, but like just, it's something else entirely. It's like a loop game or something, because it's like, it's not even permadeath, because nothing actually resets. The game even acknowledges the permadeath. And then when you go into another run, you're stronger because you have better gear, you're more powerful, and also you have to beat the game a finite number of times. Like, it's a randomly generated game with an ending. Like, there's no reason to play it after you complete that ending. It is so far from being a roguelike, it's almost offensive that they call it that, but I do understand why they call it that, because there's no other marketable term to refer to that game as. But
anti-roguelike.
It's so fucking good.
Have you seen my tweet about anti-roguelikes?
No, but like, to the point where like I think the majority of the people who've seen the ending of that game probably turned on that God mode where you just get stronger every run and you play it like an RPG. It's like, yeah, it's more akin to, it's closer to Diablo. It's like, you might as well call Diablo a roguelike if you're going to call Hades a roguelike, which is just...
I had a big problem with Hades, because I actually played Hades recently.
Oh, did you?
And I had a really, really big problem, because at some point after investing like 9 hours, I understood what the game expects me to do, and I didn't want to do that. I mean, I didn't want to do more and more runs, because those runs didn't give me satisfaction, probably because I don't like... Twitch-based. It's not Diablo when it comes to moment-to-moment gameplay. In Diablo, it's your build. It's the way that the build carries you. And in Diablo, Hades is built around dodging. So basically, you're good if you know how to quickly press buttons. And Diablo-likes don't have this. I mean, they have it to some degree, but it's never like maybe have classes which rely totally on Twitch-based reactions, but it's not, you know, it's not a bullet shooter.
Yeah.
Diablo, right?
It's-
You have to react sometimes fast, but it's not like the core of the experience. So the fact that this was the core of the experience of Hades made me realize I'm not having fun in those runs. I am frustrated because playing on mouse and keyboard obviously makes me missing some dodges because it feels like a controller-based game. But, and here's the big but, the really big but. The writing is so good.
You know, I came to terms really quickly with Hades that I am not visually able to discern the different, like, there's so much color and so much amazing art in that game that I can't actually parse it efficiently enough to play it. But I really, really, really want to just, like, listen to Meg's voice for the rest of my life. Like, god damn, I could just listen to her, like, sarcastically yell at me every day for the rest of my life, and I'd be totally okay with that.
So I had this issue that I wanted to, you know, but on the other hand, I'm too proud to actually turn on the mode that makes you stronger with each run.
Yeah.
So in the end, I just stopped playing.
Yeah.
But I won't say that this is a bad game. It's just not for me.
I just
I
went
mean,
and
I'm
looked
not
up a
going to
bunch
be
of
the
Meg
guy-
fan art, and that made me happy.
I'm not going to go and write a negative review that the game doesn't respect my time, because I understand that for some people that's exactly what they look for, and that's okay. It just isn't a game for me. But
Yeah.
I'm kind of sad. But on the other hand, it's the same kind of sad that I have when I try to play Dark Souls games, because visually Dark Souls is so totally up my alley. It's obviously so much inspired by Berserk, which tonally, visually, and story-wise is my favorite, one of my favorite creations of all time. And it's so much obviously inspired by it, goes exactly in the same direction, but I'm not a person who enjoys dying and trying again a game which is reaction-based, right? I just don't enjoy that. That doesn't. I feel like I'm wasting time, basically. And like, I kind of have to agree with it. I'm not saying that Dark Souls should be easier. I'm not saying that it's a bad game. I totally understand why people enjoy this. I just know that I don't enjoy it myself. But on the other hand, here's the probably hot take. I don't think that the developers ought to think about people like me.
No, they
I
need to
don't
focus on their
expect
audience.
the game to have an easy mode.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I
The game is simply not for me, and I'm okay with that. I'm a big fan of the visuals, of the design. I'm a guy who will say, yeah, Dark Souls is a great series of games. It's just not for me, but I don't think they should change anything.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree with that. I mean, it's for the same reason that you shouldn't add meta progression or, like, I don't know, new lives to Jupiter Hell, right? Like, this game is a type of game, and if it's for you, then that's fantastic, and if it's not for you, shut up. And that's basically it. I mean, I guess
But
I'm
it's
less
apparently
diplomatic about it, but
it's apparently a hot take.
I think it's a hot... Well, here's what you should do, though. You have to add as many accessibility features to a game as possible. So, as an example, like, for Dark Souls, there really isn't much more that they can do aside from maybe adding in a cheats menu, which I would be okay with, right? Because I think that there's a difference between difficulty options and a cheats menu. A cheats menu disables achievements. A cheats menu removes various, like, unlocks and things from a game, maybe even the access to New Games Plus, but at the very least would let you, like, go through and experience the visuals and the content, right? Like, that I'd be okay with, right? And
I mean, okay with, yes, but do I think it's required? No.
No, it's not required. But that is the sort of thing that that I think developers should be doing, personally. Just like as an example, you didn't want to add mouse control to this game, but this game now has mouse control. I know a couple of disabled streamers who can only use mice. Two specifically off the top of my head, right? So there are, or only a controller, right? So having support for different control devices, I think, is a much more important thing that, like, isn't as much of a hot take, but saying that a game shouldn't have a difficulty mode is, like, not really a hot take, in my opinion. Yeah, and, like, here's the thing, right, Frogfryer? I can never, like, Torpid just said that Nuclear Throne was amazing, right? I can't play Nuclear Throne. That's
same here.
It is unplayable for me. If they added an invincibility mode to that game, or like a mode where you take 1/3 of the damage, I still would not be able to play that game. Because that is not the problem with that game. The problem with the game is the game, not the difficulty or the amount of damage or the amount of damage you do. Another example of this is Brigador. Brigador is a game that I abso-fucking-lutely adore. I'm not good enough at it to beat half of the levels in it, period. The reason I have almost 100%ed it and not, like, gone, and I just need to go beat a handful more levels on different vehicles, the reason I haven't is because I don't want to 100% it, because then that game will be over. But I've been doing it all on God mode. Literally, like, they allow you to get achievements after making console commands. So my plan for that is to just keep doing that until I have it 100%ed, just so that I could say that I put in the time to 100% it. But playing it with God mode on, not even remotely enjoyable. It removes all of the fun from the game. Should they make it easier? No, it's well-tuned and a well-made game for what it is. And if they make it easier, that would ruin part of it. Maybe even a large portion of it. But I'm happy that I'm able to, you know, see all of that content regardless. So, I don't know. It's a weird conversation, and it's difficult. I think it kind of comes down to whether or not you want to get a couple more sales out of it, and is it worth the time at that point.
With Jupiter Hell, there's the difference that, you know, difficulty is... the difficulty of Jupiter Hell is strictly cognitive. Like, the visuals might make things harder to discern, but basically if you discern them at all, it doesn't matter because you can take the time to discern them, right? So the contrary to games that are based on reaction times, accessibility is a question of comfort, not a question of actually can you beat the game due to accessibility reasons, right?
Yeah. And, like, you know...
Oh my god, I need to fix the shade. The shadows got... When did the shadows get broken on leaves?
Shadows are broken? Oh, I see. With the pillars.
No. The shadows on the leaves. The leaves cast shadows like square shadows instead of leaf shadow.
I would never have noticed that.
I wonder when did that get broken?
Huh. Interesting. Also, it's still casting shadows, even though I guess they're supposed to do that. Huh. Yeah, I never would have noticed that. Not game breaking though. Can wait.
Yep, not game breaking. Actually, this is a really long standing bug, probably.
That you just never noticed before?
No, I just didn't notice it until it was in a situation where it obviously is visible.
True, okay. So
obviously visible to the developer.
Yeah, like I said, that never would have been... I never would have noticed that. I'm also really happy I got this tack rifle. Ow! Motherfucker. Douche.
Not dead yet.
That hurt. And a fucking, like, long revolver, and he just point blanked me with it practically.
That reminded me, there's another series of games that I, from one point adore and from the other point can't play. It's Dead Space.
Really?
But the reason I cannot play Dead Space is because I completely do not enjoy jump scares.
So I've played through all of Dead Space 1 and have no interest in 2 or 3. There's I guess yeah, there's jump scares in Dead Space. I don't know. Like I don't find horror games scary. Just kind of period. So
It's not a question of being scary. It's a question of specifically jump scares. You can, for example, you can have jump scares which aren't scary, but are just based on the fact that you know, we put the mood down and suddenly something, how do you call it? Something happens without any warning, right? To give you this effect, right? And there's never been a moment that I actually enjoyed this in any kind of situation. I just don't enjoy it.
It makes me
And
actually
unfortunately,
real
part
curious
of
to see
horror
what the
games.
Callisto Protocol is like, but go on, sorry.
Yeah, probably. Callisto Protocol is a game that I would absolutely enjoy in terms of mood, visuals, and I'm really interested in it. But I'm not going to play it because I'm pretty sure it's going to be full of jump scares.
Yeah, sorry, I interrupted you there. Although we don't know if it'll be full of jump scares. It might be, but I guess we'll wait and see on that. I will say it
Or,
certainly
for
looks like
Alien
Warforged.
Isolation, for example.
Yeah, well, there's a new Alien game coming out that's a top-down strategy thing, which was just announced.
Yeah, I heard about that. Kind of interested in what they will do.
It kind of looks like on the Steam page it says similar to Shadow Tactics Blades of the Shoguns, so we'll see. Alright.
They try to outcompete Aliens RL before it even comes out.
I mean, you don't have the Alien.
No, it's an
license, so-
RTS. It's an RTS.
Yeah, no, it's a real-time tactics.
We don't have the Aliens license yet.
Yet? Are you trying?
No.
Not. Okay, fair enough. Although the question is, like, if you got an Aliens license for a traditional roguelike, do you think that would make it harder to please the crowd or easier to please the crowd?
No, it would be only just my part of my master plan to release it and then go to Microsoft and say, okay, I want Doom.
Ah. So you'd make a casual, friendly, like, approachable child's game for Aliens and then be like, all right, give me Doom, and then actually go make the game that you wanted to make.
Like, to have this full circle, to have everything go full circle. That would be glorious.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see you get the Doom license. That would just be kind of incredible.
That would be a no-clip worth story.
Honestly, I think no clip's a subject. So for those of you who don't know, chat room, in the past I've pestered Epion here to reach out to NoClip because, like, they've done several videos where they're just like, hey, if you make a game and you want to talk to us, fucking reach out. And they've also said things in the past like, also recommend games and whatnot, right? So I'm always like, hey, you should just, like, reach out and tell the story of the time that you got a lawsuit threatened by ZeniMax. And Epion seems to think that he's not a big enough fish for NoClip. And, you know, that's probably not wrong. Considering I think Dwarf Fortress is probably one of the small, maybe Genital Jousting is like the smallest game that they've like done a video on, but
Yeah, but they still sold a shitload more copies than us.
yeah, well, obviously it's Genital Jousting. But like, their first small game was Rocket League, right? It's like, almost everything they do is AAA.
My constant issue with the word indie.
Independent. Well, I mean, Valve's an indie studio, right?
No, it's more about the fact that, you know, people when indie games, I'll tell you the whole thing that really fucking bothers me. When indie games started, and I had the pleasure of watching it unfold in front of my eyes, by knowing the earliest indies. When indie games started, those were games made by 2-3 people in their garage, basically, and released, and, you know, players played them, and players had this, we don't have the expectations of a full-blown AAA from this. We just take it for what it is, and we enjoy it, right? And the more time came over, and the more, we had situations where you had 50-person or 30-person studios create an quote-unquote indie game. This started to set expectations towards indie games, and right now, I do
directly
get
compared to all AAA games.
Exactly. I'm going to, for example, if I want to attend any kind of, if I want to compete in any kind of awards, indie game awards, or worse, if I want to compete with, from the point of the view of the press or from the point of the view of players, they will compare the game in terms of quote-unquote effort to games made by studios of 30 persons who had a gigantic budget already because their previous game sold millions. And they are going to judge the game based on comparisons to, why isn't, there more... For example, one of the more common complaints with Jupiter Hell, for example, is there is not enough variety in visual variety in enemies. And I totally agree, but this is, for us, an enemy is 1.5 months of work for the artist where he doesn't do anything else. A new tile set is also about 1.5. And if somebody says that there's not enough variety in tile sets or enemies, and obviously he can compare it to games made by 30-person studios, this is technically a valid complaint. But for us, it was completely, impossible to provide that variety. Or, for example, there are mistakes that have been made with Jupiter Hell. Okay, I just realized one mistake that somebody asked, you also asked, what would I have done differently? We would have done differently the visual aspect of, a little bit the visual aspect of the enemies so that they are more recognizably different. But, that was obviously not possible afterwards because this would mean remaking the enemies, and this is totally out of our budget.
And also a lot of content you'd have to remake.
Yeah, exactly. So this is something that's not going to get touched. But, for example, if I would be a 30-person studio, after the first few enemies, I could say, no, back to the drawing board. We need to make it differently. But considering we were doing it with one artist, that was never... a possibility, right?
If you were a 30-person studio, you'd be bankrupt and the game wouldn't have been finished.
Yeah, that's
true. So there's that. All right, I now have my master trait.
So
the Aliens game that I'm talking about? No, not Nemesis Lockdown. It was just announced. It's like Dark something. It's Aliens Dark Descent. It's Dark something. It's not out yet. It was just announced at E3. So, well.
But yeah, even when articles about Jupiter Hell came out in the press, yeah, they were written from a point of view of a person who judges this based compared on Hades, right? Or on
which is a 20-something person team.
30-person team.
30-person. Okay.
They also, except from those 30 people, they also had a separate studio of 12 people working on the engine.
Oh, really? Well, I didn't even know that.
Because Hades is custom engine, although built on a really big and feature-full framework, which is open source. But they still needed 12 people to actually, work on that framework. And Hades is a 2D game.
It's not exactly large press, but podcast I listened to, the Completely Unnecessary podcast, shouted Jupiter Hell out on their most recent episode. For a second time, actually, which is kind of funny because one of the two hosts of that show bought the game back, I want to say it was the last sale before launch. He's like, I heard this is hitting 1.0 soon, so I'm going to try it. And he only just started playing it. And he's like, yeah, I fucking love it. He's like, I put 30 hours into it over the weekend. It's like, oh, cool. So there's some people who are still just getting into it. But yeah,
that's good.
It is true, especially because I think the big scary thing with for comparisons for games is price point, right? This game is what, $25 or $30 in some regions. and I need to go into the correct door. Just sitting here staring at that, going, I'm forgetting something. I need to go into the correct door. But yeah, it's not a cheap game, right? And I think people automatically compare things not based on team size, but they look, is it an independent developer? And then they look at the game price, and then they compare it to everything that's priced accordingly. Which
Well, that's true, but I still am wondering if it would price it cheaper, whether we would actually sell more copies. This is not a yes/no answer, unfortunately.
No, totally. I mean, like, I think an example maybe of selling a lot of copies is Rise to Ruins, which I'm actually kind of curious about how many reviews that game has right now. Which launched with a different name. Yeah, it's currently 50% off and $8, and it's got 6,000 reviews. It's like that game launched with a different name. Its original launch name was terrible. It was called Retro Pixel Castles, which means fucking nothing. Didn't sell at all in early access. Was originally $10, I think. And what that dev did was he changed the name of it and just kept it on sale for like a year. And he's done like many Twitter threads about how just like, oh, keeping the game 50% off like as frequently as I could make it 50% off for like a year is the only thing that saved the game. He's like, wouldn't have ever been finished otherwise, and he would have gone bankrupt. And now he's doing quite well. But it's like, just because of his poor name initially, and the name was the bigger issue. The name was the bigger issue there, I think. But because he missed that initial launch window, like, it's kind of funny looking at like his Steam history, because it's his player count history, because it just like, there's this point where he changed the name and then just put the game on sale, and it just starts to climb, and it climbs, and it climbs, and it climbs, and it climbs. And I guess you're right. It's like, I don't know if that would happen to this game, even if it was just on sale currently, because it may have just hit its player base cap, which is just kind of sad. I mean,
well, we'll get there's a chance that we'll get more people actually playing it
because of ports.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's like the one real thing, but that's, you know, not necessarily.
I think this game would benefit from getting it in front of more eyes, even if we would not be gaining money from getting it. Damn, I'm talking so vaguely because I don't want to say a specific thing, but basically I think we need to get this game in front of more eyes, and this might actually increase sales.
So what you're telling me is this game would be benefited heavily from being on Game Pass and PlayStation Plus.
I didn't say it, but
you didn't say anything.
You're probably right.
So didn't need to confirm anything, but like, I mean, if this game popped up on Game Pass and was featured right next to Doom Eternal, I'm just saying.
Oh, the irony.
Oh, the irony. Yeah, no, I mean, like, there's certain things that you really don't need to say. Also, question, should I hack CalSec, or should I open all 3 doors?
I don't know.
What do you think?
To be honest, no preferences.
No preferences? All right, I'm going to open the doors then. Well, actually, it depends on what I get from the first 2. I think. Ooh, AV2 auto rifle. But I kind of want to
that said, that said, I still... Oh, and just for the record, if our console ports actually revive interest in this game, bigger support in the future might still happen before the potential sequel.
I hope that
I just need to
guys a cash influx enough so that you guys can just be stable. Because whenever I hear you saying like,
well,
we have X number of months left, that's always just kind of saddening.
Yeah, that's my main objective with the ports. I mean, with the first port at least, that I want to get to a situation that at least without hiring anybody else, we are in a situation that we stop burning money, right? This is most important for us right now.
Taylor, did you buy it through Humble? Because somebody bought a $28.99 game through Humble earlier today. I was trying to figure out who that was, so if that was you, cool. But... all right, you bought it through Steam. Okay, well then that's a possibility of at least 2 sales.
That's 2 sales.
Well, if you bought it through Steam, then definitely leave it a review.
Oh yeah, definitely. Reviews are what indie games live and die by.
And say that famous YouTuber Blind IRL sent you. There's somebody who left a review on Oddrealm saying that famous YouTuber Blind, who is famous for Dwarf Fortress Let's Plays, made a video about this. I was like, well, I didn't, but I shouted it out at the end of a video. But it's just like, I'm a famous YouTuber now.
Dropship around here somewhere.
It's like, nobody knows me as a YouTuber. Although I guess that's not true. My YouTube channel has more views than my Twitch channel now, but...
But speaking of sales, we recently, a few days past 40,000 copies sold on Steam.
Oh, hell yeah. That's a nice number. It'll probably creep up to 50.
We sold as many copies as Warhammer has years. That was my initial reaction.
All right.
Yeah, I'm thinking a lot of Warhammer recently because I did the mistake of starting to read the Horus Heresy.
I thought you were going to say to paint minis.
No, I started to read the Horus Heresy, and that might be even a bigger mistake than starting to paint minis because I realized this thing has 58 books and counting. I'm at book 10.
Controversial streamer. You know, depending on who you ask, I might be controversial. I was just gonna say on the topic of licenses, you definitely can get Warhammer.
Yeah, I probably can get it. I was thinking about a Warhammer roguelike or Warhammer XCOM-like.
I mean, they just made that.
Yeah, I know, but they
Chaos
made the
Gate.
classic mistakes.
There's two of them technically, because there's also Mechanicus.
The Mechanicus was better.
It's pretty like people. I've heard people go both ways. I haven't played either of them, so I don't really have an opinion on them. But I don't know. I would almost, if you were gonna do like a roguelike, I'd want like a Hive World thing for Warhammer, but.
Fun fact is, the idea I had for a roguelike for Warhammer 40,000 was actually a Hive World. Or, to be more precise, Necromunda.
Yeah.
Because Necromunda has this, idea of those gigantic hives on which, the rich people live on the top and the under hive is, the lower you get, the worse it gets. So the idea was that you would, as a player, be one of those rich guys that basically, which is in the lore, by the way, the Spires gang in Necromunda. So basically, you're one of those rich guys that goes lower and lower into the deep, trying to get to the bottom and do something. And when you die, you're actually recloned at the top. So you've got a setup for a roguelike that's basically going down from top to bottom in a Necromunda setting.
This is just me, but I would want it on a hex grid. Just because.
How would you play with a keyboard on a hex grid?
Oh, you wouldn't. Well, I mean, use every single button on the numpad, but you wouldn't.
No, you can technically play with QWEASD, right?
Yeah, it's just not
on a hex grid. Yeah.
But you could do it, yeah. I mean, I would want to play it on a numpad, but...
But it would look really ridiculous in ASCII.
Yes. But I wouldn't even bother making an ASCII version for something like that.
True.
I think that would be kind of a waste of resources to a degree. But, I mean, hypotheticals aside, like, that is the license that I would be like, oh yeah, no, you could most likely get that. But then there's also the question of, do you want to have the Warhammer license? Because there's kind of this... There's so many bad Warhammer games out there that...
That's true.
When a new Warhammer game pops up, it's, oh god, another one. It's not always a Warhammer game. So you'd be kind of like competing with the franchise that you're making a game for at that point.
Yeah, but the point is that many of those games are written license first, and in my case it would be gameplay first, right? So that's the difference.
Yeah.
I'm making a good game with the license of Warhammer, not I'm making a Warhammer game with some good gameplay.
Yeah.
Right.
It's almost like what your publisher just did with Postal.
That's precisely the same thing. They didn't make a Postal game.
The number one review on that, at least yesterday when I looked last, was holy shit! Who let them make a good Postal game? I'm telling Vince. It's just way too fucking funny. I'm gonna tell on you.
Oh, by the way, I'm really happy that somebody caught my joke in the release post.
Oh, the now a word from the
sponsor? The Raid Shadow Legends one.
I mean, I've literally been there's 2 different companies that send me emails twice a month about Raid Shadow Legends, so of course I'm gonna get it. I hope you're not just referring to me. I hope somebody else got it.
No. Yeah, you. You're the only person that I know that got it.
God damn it.
I know it because it was a plague among Destiny streamers the Destiny YouTubers that I watch. But first, a word from our sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends.
The game that I'm referring to, actually, here I'll just show it because it's the same publisher. But the publisher of this game, Hyperstrange, they also develop games, and they developed and released this, which is Postal Brain Damaged, which currently is sitting at 96% overwhelmingly positive reviews, and there's 950 of them, so it's doing very well. But it's just a really, really, really good boomer shooter, but it's Postal, so it's like everything is like over-the-top potty humor.
By the way, did you click on the release announcement of the current version 1.4? There's a link where I mentioned that they have a shout out to Jupiter Hell. Did you click the link?
I think I saw something about that on Twitter, but I did not click the link. No, hold up.
So open the post for 1.4, and there's a link at the end. Call out to Jupiter Hell. Yeah, you were there. Call out to Jupiter Hell.
Oh, the poster in the background?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw this on Twitter, not in there specifically, but that is pretty good. State, you're headed to bed. You have a good night. But yeah,
that was the moment. That was the moment because the call out to Postal in the 1.4 release post is my idea and my decision. It wasn't forced. It wasn't the publisher's decision. When I saw this, I decided that 1.4 will have a. The 1.4 announcement needs a Postal reference.
The question is that poster just in the game?
Yeah, it's in the game.
Okay.
Because actually this screenshot I made myself from a stream when I was watching somebody because I wanted to know what's up, and I'm like, wait, what did I see on the wall? And I was like, pause, rewind. The streamer obviously didn't notice anything, and I'm like, what?
That's funny. That's really funny.
Oh, it wasn't the streamer, it was a YouTuber. It was from G-Man Lives YouTube review. A positive one, by the way. And he was like talking about the levels. There's one level that is on a gaming conference, and he goes through this level, and I'm like looking at the walls. Wait, what? So nobody even told me that Ślizgi, my artist, was laughing like, we can sue them right now because they used the art without permission.
That's funny.
Yeah, so it was a nice surprise.
I mean, at that point, it's like, wow, yeah, no, that's especially funny. When I saw the tweet about that, I assumed that it was like something that you knew about, but now knowing that you didn't know about that, is even
I
funnier.
didn't know about. I saw it on randomly watching somebody's YouTube video about it. So yeah, it was really funny.
Which it's amusing to me because like I was playing through the first bit of that, and I was seeing various posters on the wall, and I was literally, because I've only played the first level of Postal Brain Damage. It took me like an hour to work my way through, and it's a fun game. I probably won't finish it because I'm terrible at those games, and there's a few mechanics like deflecting bullets and stuff that I just don't have the coordination to do. But like, there's posters all over the walls of like various pop culture references and stuff. I'm like, I wonder if there's a Jupiter Hell poster in here somewhere, because I found an Elderborn one. So I was like, there are other games in here. Well, I think just gonna print me a better helmet. And yeah, that's everything from there. So I'm gonna move up here, and I'm gonna go grab.
Need to get rid of some shit.
Can't pick up either of those. Dang it. Whatever. I'll just leave the other one. That's fine. Downwards. I think that's everything I can do on this floor. Yes. But yeah, no, I'm happy that launch for that game goes well, or went well.
Yeah, because it's also like ironically, you know, not only do I like Hyper Strange, but on the other hand, I'm really proud of this level layout.
I love this layout too.
It basically starts to look like it slowly starts to look like something that in a grid-based game could be considered a pre-made level, which I'm really happy about.
Yeah, absolutely. But anyway, like you're happy for Hyper Strange for
yeah. So we have even strictly speaking, like egoistically, if Postal does well, they have more money, right? And if they have more money, they can risk more money on trying to, for example, promote the console versions of Jupiter Hell. So it was not only because I like them, it's also because it's in our benefit that they sell the game well.
Well, I mean, they're also paying me to show up every Monday and stream for 2 hours, so like that game selling well made me go, huh? Well, I guess that means it's not out of a job yet.
Job security issues.
Yeah, for me. But I mean, I'll be off of that channel for 2 weeks because I'll be in Quebec and I'll be on a plane each direction for both of my streams, so I will be missing too. So hopefully they don't get too upset with me for doing that. But that was planned before that whole gig came into fruition. So
I'm really pissed that the vending machines are rotated right way here. Not game breaking.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen a lot of mis-rotated vending machines.
Mm-hmm.
This one's right though, I think. Oh no, wait, no, never mind.
Nope.
That's not.
It's facing it right.
Yep, you're correct.
Mm-hmm.
This one's also wrong. Clearly the maintenance team came through. It's fine. We're paying them to come back. They'll be back soon. But yeah, I think that these levels actually are my favorite feature of this update. Like, those old dark voids just always felt so empty, and they were always my least favorite levels, and it's like, well,
but
early
imagine
Europa
that
is now one of my favorites.
Imagine that when I first introduced them, those were the most visually interesting levels in the game. Because of this darkness, because they looked different from everything else, right?
True, yeah, every other level.
But everything else got so many, improvements in terms of quality that these levels started just to look plain and boring and, uninspired because of that blackness all around.
Also, I like Frog
So I'm happy that this changes.
That the demons rotate the vending machines, but
they can't stand looking at them, so they rotate them, that they aren't facing them, right? Something like that.
Yeah. But no, this is. I will disagree with you politely and say that Io was the most interesting zone before this.
Well,
but certainly
the newer the addition is, the more interesting it was by start. So, for example, Io was the most interesting, but then I came back and changed everything beforehand, and now Io is actually the most empty in terms of the like. There's nothing standing. There are no elements on the walls.
Yes, but there's lava.
Io levels are extremely but lava. True. Those were the first levels that something was on the instead of gaps, which made them interesting.
I mean, the lava alone, I think, just kind of sells it, right? At least for me.
Mm-hmm. And there's also an addition in this particular release to the IO levels. Next time you're in one of those levels that has, lava around you, so that is similar to this one but with lava. If you take a closer look at the lava walls around, you might find some places where the lava flows from the rocks onto the ground.
Noted. I will look more closely.
Small addition, nobody will notice it, but I'm really happy about it.
Hopefully somebody will notice it. I mean, I'll point it out to people now. I'll let them bleed out.
And yeah, even the geometry here was changed so that parts of the level can be flooded with wall. So for example, here the bottom has a wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
It isn't, and sometimes this wall can be even almost in the middle of the level. And then you have some of these rooms that are generated within the walls, which gives a more tactically interesting and not as boring of a level design, which I'm also happy about.
And I can take another attempt at Habitat. That looks like.
Well, at this point, you have to ask yourself whether you really want to.
Do I really want to? Yeah.
Okay, I'll stay with you until the end of the Europa, and then we'll call it a night. I need to start, this thing called rest.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this. I've done Biolabs, and I've done Habitat. I haven't done the pit yet. So, have there been any interesting changes made to the pit that I should see? Just for variety in people watching's sake, and also there will be more chances for me to try that fucking Habitat. It's not like this is my last stream of this game or anything crazy like that. I'm sure that I will be doing a lot of streams of this, at least for a period, once the console versions release, which I didn't realize were confirmed until today.
No, the Xbox version is in the works since the beginning of the year, so, but it will take some time because the both consoles have two completely different challenges related to them. The challenge in making the Xbox port is basically we have OpenGL in Vulkan and the Xbox port needs DirectX. So basically the whole renderer needs to be rewritten into a different API. And the Switch port, on the other hand, is the fact that we can use an existing API called Vulkan because Vulkan runs on Switch, but the Switch is a severely weaker device than the regular PCs on which we're running this.
I mean, it's practically a tablet.
So Xbox is the challenge of making a port to a different API, and the Switch version is the challenge of optimization and cutting down visual features.
So once you're finished the Switch version, free-to-play phone version, where you pay for a new life.
No.
No? Oh.
There's one thing. Even I am not crazy enough to make a custom engine on a phone.
Yeah. Based on your last results with Apple, I could see.
No. It's the question. Apple actually making it for iPhone only, that would be doable. But supporting all those tons of really different Android devices where they have different manufacturers of GPUs and different screen sizes and different setups of the whole thing, it's like it's PC game programming in 1999 all over again. PC graphics programming in 1999, or actually 2005, let's say, was a nightmare because every fucking GPU worked differently. Like each one of them had their own quirks. Each one of them you could have like a you could even have, for example, Diamond Monster 1 and Diamond Monster 2, and the same shader written for Diamond Monster 1 wouldn't work for Diamond Monster 2. it was horrible. You had to have, you know, to make a game on a custom engine. If you would do that at a company, you would have stacks of graphics cards that you would have to hot swap into PCs to test it out on every fucking graphics card. This became way better recently with the advent of standards, with the advent of the fact that game developers were constantly bitching about that. So both AMD and Nvidia, like there's right now we have just three things. If it's an Nvidia card, doesn't matter which Nvidia, it will work the same. If it's an Intel card, doesn't matter which Intel card, it works the same. If it's an AMD card, it's the same between all of them, right? Rarely you have an issue that something doesn't work on a specific card. Unless like the manufacturer fucked up, and if they fucked up, they fixed it by updating their drivers, and it's not your. If you follow the rules of the API, it will work. But then, nah. Especially if you used OpenGL, because OpenGL wasn't like so officially supported. It could work completely differently depending on the graphics card.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That is a lot of dudes in that one room right there. Well, here, have a grenade. Oh, it tickled. Can I, like... eat this?
They got a nerf, by the way.
Yeah, and they got a nerf, yes. Oh, sick.
What you're now doing would be a lot harder if they didn't have a nerf. I mean, running away.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna catch me, so I just have to fight it. But there's this. I guess, like, my option here is to go invisible.
Stim-pack will clear the bleeding, which is important. When you're stimmed, you're not bleeding, so you should have fought him while stimmed.
Well, I'm gonna use a second stim to fight him, I think. I was just trying to get far enough away that I didn't have any interference from other shitheads. Alright. Ay.
Yeah, they are still really annoying.
I mean, it's fine. But
the hunter keyword actually increases movement speed, so that's why it was so hard to kite them. Aren't there more inside?
They've all, like, left. They're all elsewhere on the
okay.
map. They all moved. Also, they fought after I left. Ow.
I'm going to get myself one last coffee. Be right back.
Hey, Silvershy. Jupus with a little bit more Epion before he goes to get dinner and actually rests. You know what? Loading feed is so useful, though. Don't need that ammo, though. I can tell you that. Maybe I should swap over to it pretty soon. Rest as in, like, playing Destiny and not thinking about the game he made, I think. I mean, he woke up, like, shortly before we started this, so... like, I don't think sleep is what he means, but... how many multi-tools do I have? Enough to repair my better armor. Yeah, that's what I think he means. With the nerf, you've gone back to playing N. I mean, that's a good thing. Honestly, that's a good thing. Yes, Destiny is in the shooter MMO. The Bungie game. To be on level 5. Oof. Spiced rum and coffee? What, for you? Constantly thinking I've missed stuff now. That last level was mean.
This could be a real shit
Speaking
show.
of mean, different kind of mean, but still mean. You really doing the exact same fucking thing to me again, game? Also, this fucking guy? I just have to use this combat pack right now, aren't I?
Fucking reload already.
Please start fighting. Looks like they're fighting.
Fucking reload already.
Ay, 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 ay. Really happy I didn't die there. Gonna be honest. Really happy I didn't die.
I always dreamed of being a tank.
Ay, 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 ay. Oh, earlier it was rum. You can't have... Okay, fair enough.
Fucking reload already. Need to reload.
This is also, I should note, literally my least favorite map in the game. Just, period. Like, I ironically hate the puzzle level, but this one I just hate. There's no dancing around it. I hate this level.
Need to reload.
Okay. Needed to do that for a bit. Any maps that can end with you just kind of getting swarmed with nothing you can do, I don't like. And this is one of those maps. Like, I will often take alternative routes before Europa Concourse just so I don't have to tolerate this map. I will do that pretty frequently. I'm gonna take dash.
Fucking reload already.
No, like it's the same reason I really hate what's that map on IO? The one that's like triangular. I think it's IO. But anyway, there's a map on IO that's like triangular with like 4 rooms around the edges. I can't stand that map because it's possible to spawn on that map with a fight happening right in front of you, and then you just die before the fight, before you actually get the opportunity to take part in the fight, and I can't stand that. Absolutely cannot stand that.
He was talking about Destiny and I wasn't here.
Oh, they meant they just asked if that was what you were playing, and I just confirmed that's all it was. But feel free to talk about Destiny. I don't know. Don't actually know what the... I always forget what the local changes do by the time I get here. Which is kind of a me problem.
No, there was the question about the coffee about around 3 a.m. Yeah, I woke up at 7 p.m. So, and the reason why I woke up, I was working on a feature the last day before release, up into the middle of the night, actually till 5 a.m. in the morning. So I'm pretty skewed right now. And in my case, when I try to get back to regular sleeping patterns, it never works, you know, just wake up earlier. It always has to be, well, start waking up later and later until you're actually back to a reasonable schedule.
Over this weekend, I went to a doom metal show, and I saw the show. It was fantastic. The show ended at 2 o'clock in the morning. Got home at 3 o'clock in the morning. Watched a Formula 1 race at 4 o'clock in the morning, which lasted until 6 o'clock in the morning. then was in a meeting from 6 until about 7:30, and then I went to bed and I woke up at like noon and I was like, oh, today is going to suck. That was Sunday. So I've reset since then, but it took a bit of effort. Also, I almost died to things at the start of that map, which is what the that seems bad comment was about. It was just a whole bunch of unstable dudes right at the very start. So now I have dash to avoid this problem.
Oh, the dash would totally help you out with that Reaver earlier.
Yeah, oh yeah, it would have, which is why I have it now.
Yeah. I mean, you can't blame the game if you never take any defensive traits, right?
I do take defensive traits. I just take dodge. I don't take speed.
Oh my god, what a hard question. Destiny versus Warframe. I don't think there's a sensible. I can't give you an answer which one of those I better like, because they are, despite the fact that they are similar games, they are very different in many aspects.
I mean, I have a response. Warframe, because it's Canadian. Naturally.
Well, I can tell you the numbers though. I have 1,600 hours in Warframe and 1,800 hours in Destiny. But I'm on a Destiny period, and I will be going back to Warframe, and probably it will get more or less the same. But it's the question. For example, I wanted to say that it usually was the case that the storytelling of Warframe was one of its biggest things that was way better than Destiny, but Destiny really picked up pace in the recent years, so I can't say that the story is different. But truth to be told, with Warframe, I can tell one thing, that I never expected to play a game that's free to play and technically is a grind shooter, and actually have tears in my eyes during that game about 200 hours in.
Because of story?
Because of story. Because of a plot twist, because of a really well-made surprise.
Yeah, the thing that everybody talks about.
Yeah, it's good. The thing that everybody talks about, it's really good.
Well, I mean, that's good.
But another thing that I have to say is that I'm definitely seeing improvements in what's happening with Destiny during the past 2 years, and I'm not so sure about Warframe.
I'll say another reason about why I'm biased.
It was completely,
Warframe,
it was completely the opposite, by the way. Like Warframe was always the game that listened to their community and had a really close relationship with their community, and Destiny was the one that, you know, Activision wants money and that's about it, right? But it kind of turned around recently.
The one other reason I'll say as to why I'm biased towards Warframe is because I have a bunch of, or I guess knew a bunch of people I haven't talked to in a long time, that I used to see at conventions all the time who were Warframe partners, so they'd get me into the Warframe booth and I'd get free food. So that was another reason as to why I'm biased to liking Warframe.
Reload.
Yeah, but that's definitely, both of those games are my guilty pleasure. And it's that you once asked me why is it so that roguelike developers play Destiny, right? I think it's not like the question about Destiny; it's more like a question about the type of game, the kind of like a grind-based, long-term game thing. It's the fact that when you're developing roguelikes, there's a very big, cerebral input required, and at the end of the day, you're far more likely to want to play a game that you know the mechanics of, and you just, want to relax with it instead of trying something new. You don't have like the brain power left to learn a new indie game afterwards. You'd rather, grind something well and known to let some steam off after a long day of working on games.
Two things. First, Angry Healer. The band that I saw, which was Blackwater Holy Light, they're more akin to like Stoner Doom than like Drone Doom. So or Doom. So you would have missed the first two songs. But the second thing I wanted to say is that's how I feel after playing like Dwarf Fortress for 9 hours. People are like, do you want to play Case of Cud now? I'm like, how about you shoot me? I'll do something else, thanks. It's like, after this run today, I'm going to go play Vactix for a bit, but I'm probably going to suck because it's like, my brain's not going to be functioning by that point. Also, I think before this update, the pit was probably my favorite alternate route just because it was so different from everything else. So now I'm assuming nothing major has been done to the pit specifically. Just because it was one of the more unique areas already, right? This is my first time here since this update, so I'll wait until everything's clear, and then I'll start letting stuff in. Unless something has been changed here, which you're not saying, so.
You won't notice it.
I won't notice it. All right. Well, redacted? Question mark. Silence is still saying.
I noticed by your comment that you haven't played both of the games in a longer time, and both of them changed for the better, definitely, since those problems that you were describing here. Especially Destiny changed a lot for the better compared to when I started playing it.
There is a green shiny thing here, though.
Yeah, guaranteed. Probably.
It's the first one I've seen this run, so...
It's funny that you see all of them.
Oh, because, yeah. It's a little bit ominous, isn't it?
Out of ammo, reload. Out of ammo, reload.
Good lord. I do actually have a problem with large medkits, so I should use them, but just got too many at this point. All right, let's work our way over to the switch. You still there, or did I lose you?
No, I'm still here.
Okay. You kind of went quiet for a second there. Jupiter Hell probably cannot be played on a potato, can it? Can Jupiter Hell be played on a potato?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you can play. Some people play it on built-in graphics cards, but you have to turn down the. You have to turn down the graphics quality, and you still get around 30 FPS. Well, some people don't mind. I mean, Torpid is not Torpid. Tormius is an avid Jupiter Hell player, and well, when you watch his streams, it's pretty obvious that the game doesn't look at all well. But he still has a ton of hours.
Certain NetHack speedrunner.
No fucking ammo.
I think they play on like Luxadream plays on like minimum spec, I think. Ooh, auto amp. It's helpful. On to the next one.
It's actually right now it's based on your most used weapon. You get an AV3 amp for your most used weapon, so.
Oh, so I should have been using the hunter rifle then. Oh well.
That means that you use the automatics most.
This is true.
No fucking ammo, reload.
Well, the idea is for the amp to be always useful, right?
Speaking of things that are useful.
Find some ammo.
Really need some ammo for that, and I have to be very careful with these that I don't miss. And I also stay ahead of them, which is what dash is for. I'm still fucking bleeding, apparently. Good God.
That's better. Fucking reload already.
I also need to reload this fucking gun. All right, that's number 2 dead. Jesus Christ.
You monster.
Am I not supposed to kill them? Is that the thing? You're giving stuff away. You know that, right?
I saw the demons, right?
Well, you said that you'll
Oh,
never
it's
see...
it's an AV-free sustain rifle.
Mm-hmm. And I'm very happy about this. You've given me 2 hints. One, you'll never see the Cryburuses again the same way. And also, you just called me a monster. And then you said that there's something different about this map, but I won't notice it. So, it's something to do with not killing the dudes on this map. I don't know anything else, so sorry for not being able to offer more input.
I would be a really shitty person. I mean, I would be a really shitty actor if I would ever act in a movie, because on every interview I would do spoilers galore.
I mean, I'll tell you this.
I'm so bad at keeping secrets.
You did manage to not mention the fact that I almost found the beginning of the purgatory thing.
That was the one secret that I kept totally close. I mean, I had a full... I was fully committed to... I was fully committed to... Sorry, this looks so silly. I was fully committed to keeping totally tight-lipped on that secret. Because I really wanted to see, you know, will people figure it out or not? And it was, you know... The issue with that secret was that people had to work together to find the final solution, so I was a little bit worried. But still, the whole point was... I mean, the whole point of the secret was the secret, if you know what I mean. If I would start throwing in clues, it wouldn't be so fun.
I have a theory, and you can say anything if you want. You don't need to say anything if you don't want to. But my current theory is that the pit is actually where they are brainwashing these poor creatures to be evil. That's my current theory. Because they're in prison, right? And I'm releasing them. Backpack. Fuck yeah. Let's go get the last one. The question is, which one have I not pressed yet? This one? Oh, I already did that one, I think. I don't know. Yeah, I already did that one. Top right, maybe? I always forget which ones I've done.
Who let the dogs out?
Somebody. Well, me, clearly. I mean, you watched me do it.
No, I just realized they are not tied to the segment of the map that they're in.
What do you mean?
Weird.
That they're not.
I mean,
tied to the segment?
it's not like the left that the left terminal opens the left side of the map.
Oh, was it normally like that?
No, I haven't. I wasn't the one who designed this map.
Oh,
It's
really?
one of the few things that I had no input in. It was done totally by my brother. I only placed the rewards because that's balancing.
Not only do I have a return ammo rifle, but it also has bleed on it.
Yeah,
That's
this is a pretty good find, and this is a shotgun.
Which is the thing I need.
Denial.
Oh, this looks shiny.
Don't be in
Considering-
denial.
The other gun had no ammo anyway. Now I really want to know what's up with this map, but I'm sure the community will figure it out, and I'll just see what they... when somebody posts it.
Well, I saw somebody having... somebody writing something in Discord that already was on the... how do you call it? In the right direction, so I hope they will figure it out.
Gotcha. Back to Europa. And now it's time to go pick up some ammo for this fucking thing. I now just have
But
denial.
yeah, it's not something that you're casually just run up to and notice.
I mean, that's because it's probably a well-made secret, I would assume.
Hey, it took me 3 hours.
That's
No,
more,
5.
That's
5 hours.
less time than it took you to make my Easter egg work.
But to be fair, it was 5 hours because I knew exactly what I was doing. I had this idea since like 6-7 months, so so I already had a lot of time to like design it mentally.
For reference, if anybody doesn't know, the Easter egg that I keep referencing is if you equip a crowbar in this game, your character becomes a silent protagonist. So if you equip a crowbar, it mutes all of your character's voice lines. Which is completely pointless and does nothing. And I doubt anybody that I haven't told has noticed. But it makes me laugh, so.
Fucking reload already.
Yeah, I love such secrets. Those things that are so hard to like that you won't notice, but if somebody tells you or if you notice it, it's like wow.
More likely, people would just think it's a bug. Or they'd be like, huh, wait, he stopped talking. Like, I don't think anybody will notice that.
Well, the description of the crowbar already makes a reference, right? So
Yeah, which is why I said
so
that.
you can add 1 and 1 and get the result, right?
I mean, the weapon descriptions, half of them
I
are
mean,
like Easter eggs in and
you
of
can.
themselves.
Yeah, my favorite is still the Deagle description.
Mostly when they rush B.
Yeah, mostly when they rush B. No, actually, the Deagle name. I don't think Deagle is a word.
Well, fuck.
Just gonna walk away from this situation.
There's a party there, and you're not invited.
I'm here to die, apparently. There's also a party over there, and I think I am invited to that one. Hopefully they fight with each other, though.
Reload already.
Oh, I'm still using a shotgun. I'm an idiot.
You're in denial.
I was in denial, yeah.
Much better. The problem with the hunter rifle, though, what you have to remember is the minimal distance, right?
Oh, it's got really shitty everything at not far away distance. So.
What master are you going for? Or
I've
you
already got it.
have?
I'm sniper. Or, sorry, not sniper, ghost. So,
Ghost.
stealth is cheaper. TLDR, that's all.
Oh yeah, and that's what the tracking is. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell that that's cover and also why that's cover, those circular things, but they're fine once you know about them.
But they look so nice.
Oh, they do look nice. Like, I'm not knocking that. The actual problem with this rifle is how long it takes to fucking reload.
But yeah, if there's an indicator, that means you're behind cover. Something is walking. Just an imp.
Yep.
And you're still in cover from him too. So.
Gotta run
Okay.
around and
That went
repair
rather
my
well.
helmet. I mean, it's not over yet. I'm looking forward to
It is
your-
over. There are last 3 enemies.
Nope,
No,
there's one more.
wait.
This guy. I'm looking forward to your remake of Aliens RL, purely so that I can play a game where I don't feel the need to kill every enemy on every floor. So many roguelikes are just like, hey, you have to kill everything before you can move on.
Well, technically, you don't have to in Jupiter Hell.
Yeah, you don't have to, but it's...
But so you're losing on experience because the enemy
It's-
number is limited, right?
Yes, it's suboptimal. And also
And
the
we
game
all know
scores you
that-
based on kill.
And we all know that if a mechanic is completely stupid, annoying, and grindy, and nobody cares it, but it's optimal, people will still do it. Those are some of the design decisions that often get questioned, which, from my point of view, is like, no, it's not like if I allow something to give you an advantage which is boring and repetitive, people will still fucking do it. And still blame that the game is boring, right?
Yeah, it's still the game's fault, of course.
So you're not, so you cannot like put any kind of mechanic that, for example, you increase your strength really slowly if you punch a box. People will be punching all the fucking boxes. And it doesn't matter that it will take ages to increase your strength. If it gives you a benefit, people will still do it and blame the game that it's boring, right?
No, that's absolutely. That made my hair stand on end slightly.
Yeah, it's a bit close. That's the last enemy, right?
Yeah, it's the last enemy. Carrier and
Silence.
And silence. That's nice.
Stealth shots? Pretty good.
Yes, that is, especially with a shotgun.
Especially with a stealth masterwork in master trait.
He's got accurate, so I really just
Oh,
want to do this.
I would heal before this fight, but okay.
No, it's fine. Just want to get him into melee range.
Ah, yeah. Abusing the stupid AI.
How else are you supposed to play games like this? Aside from abusing the AI. That's why you made the AI abusable. If the AI wasn't abusable, it wouldn't be a fun AI to play against.
The fact that they don't use their overpowered weapons in melee range is totally planned.
Actually, I've got a question for you about a different game. Have you gotten the chance to play Unexplored 2 at all?
Yes, I think... I can even tell you. Not as much as I wanted to, but I did play 2.6 hours.
Because I think it's an absolute shame that that game is open world. I
wouldn't agree with that. I think there's... Okay, so my take on the game. For a game that tries to tell you all the time and convince you that combat is not something that, you know, should be the basis of the game, it forces you to a lot of combat. And the combat is obviously designed as not the major feature, which makes the combat boring and somehow... Like, for example, the game has a lot of interesting stuff that applies to me, who's not a person who plays anything Twitch related, you know? But going through any kind of territory where you have the... you know, for example, the plants that damage you. So, I mean, hazards, yeah. Hazards was the word I was looking for.
Yep.
The hazards require you to have pinpoint reaction times. Which is so annoying because you meet those hazards trying to go anywhere and you need to pinpoint react to something, otherwise your health drops significantly, and your health dropping significantly makes you so you cannot explore area to which you were actually going to. Which is extremely frustrating to me in the game, but I enjoy everything else about it. So, and I think it's a really underrated, and definitely it's a shame that it's sold so little.
I think it's a really interesting game, and I kind of agree with like everything that you just said about it. But the big issue that I have with that game is it's open world, and because the combat isn't the focus, and it's also the weakest part of it, I would say, and also the fact that there's all sorts of annoying hazards throughout, you are forced into these small, very repetitive. Like, yes, they do vary, but I saw these same areas very quickly, very frequently, and it's a pain in the ass when you have to cross half of the map to get to a thing to drop off a quest, or go do a thing so that you can go back to the original location to complete that quest. So it's like a quest is go to place A and then travel to place B and drop it off and then go back to place A to complete the thing. And there's like 9 maps that you have to cross in between those 2 points, and each of those maps has
It's
a node,
annoyingly
and there's
repetitive.
3 nodes that you could have landed on in between each of those spots that are very small, repetitive, and boring.
I agree with you totally.
And so to me, the biggest shame of
It's
that
not
game
the
is that
grand
it's open
design.
world.
It's it's the filler that is really annoying. Because
Yeah.
the grand design, I love it.
No, I love
It's
the idea
very
of that
interesting.
game.
It's very unique. The visuals are extremely unique and interesting. I love them, but the fact that the moment.
Out of ammo. Reload.
Okay, imagine an RPG, a very interesting RPG with many things to happen, and you're wandering around the map. But when you want to wander somewhere, you need to go through. Go through 10 cases of a block falling, and you need to press the X key at the precise moment not to lose HP. This is kind of like it feels to me. Like, because the encounters are so repetitive, like... Because, you know, they are so repetitive, you basically focus only on the challenge, and the challenge itself is just pressing a key in a proper situation. There's no other way to go around this, you know, hazard or challenge. It's just like a reaction check. And this goes so against the whole idea of exploration, of the idea of, you know, this serene game where you are supposed to be on a quest. It gets, in my opinion, ruined by a reaction check which is actually tailored towards people that play reaction-based games. If it would be like, if the reaction time would be like a reaction time of a typical player who doesn't play like twin stick shooters or stuff like that, if it would be tailored, like if it would be trivial for somebody who plays those games, but fairly a little bit challenging that you just have to pay attention, that would be much better. Because the question is, as a designer, do you want the difficulty of the game of this kind of game be based on a reaction check? Is this the game you want to make? Is this game difficulty supposed to be whether you can press the button fast enough? I don't think that was I don't feel that this is the spirit of the game, or this is what the developers wanted. They just, you know, artificially increased this difficulty towards a gaming group, towards a gaming towards people that are not their actual target audience. I don't think people who play, you know, Twitch reaction-based games are the actual audience. I think it's more of an audience of people who like, you know, the serene experience of playing something relaxing, right? I would rather think that people who play No Man's Sky are the target of this game than people that play Binding of Isaac.
I think in order to like actually work with the No Man's Sky audience, I think it would have to have a unteenth more variety.
I mean, the game's more about the journey than about the skill checks.
Yes, no, I totally agree with that. I think that it's a weird game, and I don't quite think it knows what it wants to be. Like,
very very good point.
I saw your.
It seems
tweet
like
about
it doesn't
That was the
know.
thing that made me go and play it. So.
Because I still think there's a really good game underneath it, but you're right, it needs to decide what it wants to be. Because it isn't a game that is supposed to be a twin stick shooter. It isn't a game that's supposed to be reaction based.
Also,
like, for example, there's why I said No Man's Sky. I said No Man's Sky because the truth is that in No Man's Sky I played it quite a bit. Unless you're really searching for it, unless you really want to get yourself into trouble, at no point there is anything challenging in terms of reaction times.
Yeah.
If you, for example, you have those really big robots that can kill you outright that you need to run away from, but running away from them is totally trivial. If you want to kill one of those bots, it can be challenging, unless you over-level everything, you get yourself really high-level gear, and then you're basically, it doesn't become a problem. Then you can try to find something, go to a planet that's full of those robots and then have some challenge, right? But at no point the game actually requires you And that's why it's a serene game. At no point it actually requires from you to have any kind of fast reaction times. You can play it completely as a serene experience. But unfortunately, unexplored, which I would love to play as a serene experience, maybe this game would be even better if it would have no actual elements of real time in terms of combat. Like,
So
the skill checker looks so stupid now that I think of it.
The thing that I've been thinking about since you started talking about that, like this really long kind of point, is kill your character and make a new character in Unexplored. Because when you make a character, there's a billion and one modifiers that you can add in, right down to like, don't take damage. That you can just add to a character, and it's attached to the character. So if you want to just play that game as an exploration game, you can do that. Also, Listfall, hi, hope you're doing well. Sorry, we've just been kind of ignoring chat for the last little bit, but you said that you would hang out with me until I finished Europa.
Yeah.
So I finished Europa. You go get some food. Thank you very much for like hanging out and talking with me about this update, and sorry for dying. I will hopefully not die this run, and then when I finish this run, I will also go get some lunch because I've been streaming for almost 10 hours and I haven't eaten lunch yet, which is kind of bonkers, but I've had some health problems.
You can blame me. You can blame me.
No, it's fine. But seriously, thank you so much for taking the time to hang out and talk about your game, and look forward to talking to you again next time when you update again.
Next batch.
Next batch. So in like 2 months, 3 months, maybe. When is the next batch, actually, before you run off?
Again? When is next one?
Next patch.
August 8th.
Sweet. And where can people find you on the internet to follow you or buy your game?
Twitter, or join our Discord. This is the best possibility. And if exclamation hell works still in chat, that's where they can find the game.
It just doesn't make sounds, but it does work. But thank you for your time, and talk to you next time.
Talk to you next time. See ya.
Cheers. All right, so chat, you guys are going to have to bear with me because, like I just said, I've been streaming for almost 10 hours and I haven't had food. So if I could get a big round of beers for everybody, from everybody listening to the stream right now, just type in the word beer, or rocks or whatever, it doesn't matter, or Crypt Burr, the free one, just as a thank you to Epion. If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the stream. And I'm going to put, I'm going to mute Jupiter Hell for a second here. And I'm going to give you guys some music to listen to while I go on my lunch break, because that's what I do. I give you guys some music to listen to. So I'm going to real quick go into settings and go into here, and I'm just going to turn this down. I'm going to turn this down. I'm going to turn this down. And I think that's everything I need to turn down. I will be back in a couple of minutes, but first... Enjoy the record with the toilet.